Chapter 63. When Lu Feng saw the countless deaths and injuries, as well as the faces of those who had never regretted their actions, he came to a realization and hated himself. This time, he issued a conscription order in the imperial court, dispersing his family's wealth, executing hundreds of court officials, and confiscating all of their assets. Moreover, among these people who were executed, there was even Lu Feng's direct bloodline. For a time, the power inside and outside the imperial court was all gone, but Lu Feng handed it all back to the new emperor. After everything was done, Lu Feng personally went to the battlefield in his old body. This year, Lu Feng was 77 years old. After a year of war, the power of the imperial court was once again returned to the hands of the current emperor. Surprisingly, the current emperor did not deal with Lu Feng, but instead allowed him to continue guarding the borders. Finally, during a great battle, Lu Feng's old body fell completely ill. The millions of subjects felt complicated. They did not know whether to hate or be shocked. At the last moment, Lu Feng, with his frail body, fought on the endless battlefield with a 3-foot-long sword. In the end, Lu Feng was shot by hundreds of arrows, but he did not fall. Life, death. Finally, this final battle changed the situation. The dynasty used up all its resources and drove away the barbarians, bringing glory to the land of the divine prefecture. After that, Lu Feng's body was transported back to the imperial capital. The streets were empty, and countless people cursed Lu Feng. Disdain could be seen everywhere. At the last moment, the new emperor appeared and threw Lu Feng's body out of the carriage in front of the people. He cursed Lu Feng's past in front of the people. However, just when everyone thought it was over, the new emperor suddenly knelt down and cried bitterly. He recounted all of Lu Feng's past achievements. The millions of subjects fell silent and finally knelt down to the body. The prime minister's life is more important than the sky, but his achievements are also greater than the sky. This time, the merits offset the demerits. The new emperor rejected everything, carried Lu Feng's body on his back, and walked step by step towards the imperial mausoleum. On the altar, Lu Feng finally opened his eyes. This time, there was a feeling of endless vicissitudes. Looking at the distant road ahead, all the pressure seemed to vanish at this moment. Lu Feng knew that he had succeeded again. At the last moment, he suddenly came to a realization. He thought of the great wish he had once made, and thought of the truth he had held fast to. He had finally found his true self. The wish he had made had been rediscovered in the end. Step by step, Lu Feng continued to climb. This time, it took Lu Feng 12 days. When he finally reached the 19,999 steps, Lu Feng stopped in his tracks. He looked ahead with a complicated expression. At this time, Lu Feng understood that as long as he took another step forward, he would enter that kind of environment again. To be honest, I really don't want to go through this again. It could be said that although he still had the appearance of a young man. However, Lu Feng had already lived 2 lives. Perhaps it was just a matter of a few hours. However, for Lu Feng Lai, it was indeed 2 lifetimes. Experiencing that kind of vicissitudes was really unbearable for him. However, in the end, Lu Feng still didn't give up. Once again, he withstood the endless pressure and walked up the stairs of 20,000 steps. Lu Feng, can you not be so timid? If you are so afraid of death, you will never become a powerhouse in this lifetime. A middle-aged man kept scolding a young man. However, in the face of this, the young man always had a humble smile on his face. He kept nodding his head. His pious appearance made it hard for anyone to bear saying anything. Looking at Lu Feng's appearance, the middle-aged man finally sighed deeply and stopped scolding him. Lu Feng, I remember that you weren't like this when you first came up the mountain. Back then, you were full of youthful energy and had the ambition to become a powerhouse. However, look at what you have become now. If this goes on, I'm afraid you won't even be able to defeat a new disciple in the future, let alone a powerhouse. After hearing this, Lu Feng kept nodding his head but didn't say anything. In the end, the middle-aged man sighed deeply and turned around to leave. He muttered to himself, "What a pity! With such exceptional talent, There is no hope of becoming a powerhouse in this lifetime with such cowardice. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. During this period, the sect had experienced ups and downs of various sizes. During these 100 years, a peerless genius had finally appeared and led the sect to prosperity. However, the good times didn't last long. That genius was too ostentatious. Before he reached the peak, he had already made enemies everywhere. In the end, the hidden powerhouses of the ancient sects took action and killed him on the spot. Following his death, the once prosperous sect also started to decline. Some sects that had previously held grudges against each other started to oppress other sections. That year, frost and snow covered the mountain. The cold was bone-piercing. Lu Feng stood among the many disciples at the mountain gate. He retreated timidly. His eyes were flickering with incomparable horror. According to seniority, Lu Feng was at least the Grandmaster's generation. However, he was now hiding behind the disciples who had just entered the sect. Such a scene was disgusting. However, at this moment, no one laughed at him. That was because they didn't have the mood to tease this trash of a Grandmaster. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of figures floating in front of the sect. They were floating in midair. Power filled the sky, and pressure was present. These people could all fly. They were powerhouses who had cultivated to a certain level. Now, they were gathered here for only one purpose, and that was to destroy the sect. In the front were 7 ancient figures. They didn't speak. With just a slight movement, they could change heaven and earth and make time dim. It was these 7 existences that made the existence of the sect feel despair. That was because they knew that these 7 existences were true powerhouses at the peak. They were true monsters that had not appeared for countless years in those ancient sections. Once, when the sect was at its peak, they encountered such a monster and were almost unable to resist it all. Now, they were facing 7 of them. In the next moment, an ancient existence gently waved his arm. At this moment, heaven and earth shook, and space became chaotic. Tens of thousands of figures attacked at the same time. The mountain gate's protection collapsed in an instant. The figures landed and began a bloody massacre. Many elders and disciples of the sect fell into a pool of blood in an instant. The only ones who had the strength to fight, the sect master and the grandmaster, were completely killed by those old monsters. Everyone knew that the sect was finished. Lu Feng hid behind those trembling new disciples. His body was also trembling. He watched the countless figures in front of him fall continuously. He watched as those who were once his peers and juniors fought bloody battles. His eyes flickered with fear. Finally, Lu Feng pulled the disciple in front of him. "Xiao Feng, Grandmaster knows a way out of here. Hurry up and leave with Grandmaster." Hearing this, the trembling body in front of him suddenly stopped. Lu Feng felt this disciple's performance and was delighted. He was about to pull him away immediately. However, he used a little strength and did not move him at all. When he turned around, what he saw was a pair of eyes filled with endless anger. "Grandmaster, I know that you are overflowing with talent and know that you are unparalleled. Others may not understand, but I understand and understand. Do you know why you are still unable to shatter the void and step out of this world with such powerful strength? Actually, the reason for all of this is not because your strength is not enough, but because you're not qualified to walk out of here. Your cowardice, your incompetence, cannot be recognized by the heart of the strong. You can only be a coward in this life. You are a coward." After saying this, Xiao Feng did not hesitate. He actually rushed up and began to fight the enemies directly. It was just a pity that even those sect's powerhouses were not a match for these killers. What ability did he, a new disciple who had entered the sect for less than 10 years, have? In an instant, fresh blood filled the sky, and his body collapsed. Looking at that fading life, Lu Feng was dumbstruck. Until the moment he died, Lu Feng did not make a move either. It was not that he did not have the ability, but that he did not dare. "Grandmaster, you are so powerful. Why do you have to appear so weak? Grandmaster, thank you for teaching me. It's a pity that my talent is dull. Otherwise, I could have earned some strength. Grandmaster, I heard that back then, your aura was also higher than the heavens. But now, how did you become like this? Don't go on like this. You are a powerhouse, a super powerhouse who is countless times more powerful than Ancestor Sky Blue. You have to have the aura that matches your powerhouse. Grandmaster, actually, the reason for all of this is not because your strength is not enough, but because you don't have the qualifications to walk out of here. Your cowardice, your incompetence, cannot be recognized by the heart of the strong. You can only be a coward in this life. You are a coward. Lu Feng already could not hear anything. He looked at those dead senior and junior brothers in front of him, feeling their souls dissipating. Countless emotions flashed past his eyes. But among them, there was no longer the expression that he often had, cowardice. Hurry up and make a move. Activate the extermination grand array and annihilate all of these cultivators' souls in one go for me. Don't let them have the possibility of recovering again. There's still one that slipped through the net? Io, isn't this that trash ancestor? Indeed, known as the disgrace of cultivators. I really don't know how he lived for so many years. Killing him, even I feel that it will dirty my hands. Some people passed by Lu Feng's side. Looking at him, who was in a daze, they actually did not make a move. Or perhaps Lu Feng's reputation previously was too great. These people already disdained to make a move against him. They shuttled back and forth continuously, starting to lay down the extermination grand array. They wanted to annihilate these cultivators' souls in one go, preventing them from reincarnating or being reborn. Finally, the grand array was about to be completed. But right at this moment, a laughter rang out, directly shaking heaven and earth, directly shattering the firmament. The hundreds of powerhouses who could fly in the air in the surroundings instantly vomited blood and flew backward, losing their life aura in an instant. Chapter 64. Countless people's gazes froze as they looked in the same direction. But in the next moment, they were all shocked, because there was only one person in their eyes, a person who was laughing crazily, a person they could not imagine. Lu Feng, the person who was called trash, the scum of the cultivator world, the weakest person, was laughing crazily at this moment. The aura around him surged crazily, instantly strangling everything. Such power is... An ancient monster was shocked. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A heaven breaker cultivator. He has already reached the peak of the heaven breaker stage. In our sect, only the oldest progenitors can achieve this level of strength. He actually has such strength. How is this possible? Impossible, but that did not mean that it did not exist. Lu Feng was a cultivator of the heaven-breaking realm. He was above the heavens and could already shatter the dome of heaven and enter another world. No one would have thought that this trash actually had such a powerful cultivation base. How old is he? The ancestors of our sect are already 1,000 years old, and he seems to be only 100 years old. How can he have such strength? Could it be that those legends of trash were all deliberately performed by him? No. His sect has already been completely wiped out. What's the point of his performance now? These people were shocked and panicked. A heaven breaker cultivator was synonymous with invincibility in the cultivator world. It was an unimaginable limit. Finally, Lu Feng moved. He only lightly waved his arm, but he killed hundreds and thousands of powerhouses. In an instant, countless people rioted and flew away crazily. The 7 ancient monsters attacked at the same time, wanting to stall Lu Feng. However, the result was even more shocking. Lu Feng's eyes no longer had the timidity of the past. At this moment, he was like the emperor of heaven and earth, looking down on billions of living beings. In 100 years, I forgot the promise I made in the past. Now I have awakened. What you owe me from now on, you will pay back. A punch streaked across the sky, creating a powerful killing intent that pierced through the sky and shattered the earth. The 7 ancient monsters of the Heaven Ascension stage were instantly killed and became a thing of the past. Another punch, unleashing the miniature of the 6 paths of reincarnation, shattering billions of dimensions. Tens of thousands of cultivators at the Imperial Sky Realm were unable to resist that punch at all, and they became history as well. 2 punches ended the battle. But at this moment, Lu Feng did not stop. In the next moment, his entire body began to expand endlessly, almost becoming a 10,000 feet tall giant. He raised his hand to the sky and used a finger to break the world. A moment later, an ancient and desolate aura came from the shattered world. It was something that looked like a sky plate. Lu Feng stretched out his hand, ignoring the destructive, lightning tribulation in the sky, and actually grasped the heavenly plate in his hand. In the end, he chanted an ancient incantation, and the Tian Pan emitted a space-time fluctuation. Finally, on the ground beneath Lu Feng's feet, hundreds of thousands of illusory figures slowly condensed. At this moment, Lu Feng once again unleashed an unparalleled technique, capturing the countless essences of the billions of space-times and sending them all towards those transparent figures. In the end, after a short while, those figures all turned into solid entities. Looking at their own appearance, countless people were in disbelief. They did not understand that their sect had been destroyed and they had died, but they were still alive and well at this moment. However, when they looked up at the sky, they understood everything. That's the reincarnation plate. Someone used a supreme power to tear apart the 6 paths of reincarnation, captured it, gathered our souls, and shaped our bodies. What kind of expert is it? Why is he helping us like this? But in the next moment, they finally understood. But at the same time, these people were all dumbfounded, because they saw the face of the giant who held the reincarnation plate. That was a very familiar face. In the past, they had ridiculed and bullied them countless times. However, he did not dare to go against them the entire time. Instead, he had a humble smile on his face the entire time. But who would have thought that this trash patriarch was such a powerhouse? In the next moment, Lu Feng in the sky moved. With a wave of his hand, he shattered countless heavenly tribulations and sent the reincarnation plate back into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He turned around and looked at his fellow disciples, and grand disciples who had bullied him countless times. Little Feng, you are right. I forgot my persistence and I lost myself in cowardice. Therefore, even though I have peerless power, I am still unable to truly break the heavens. Thank you. Then, as repayment, I will clean up everything for the sect. Lu Feng left. No one knew where he went. In the following period of time, these people finally understood what the great being who had left had done. In one night, he challenged the 3 strongest Overlord sects and 7 peak sects of the cultivation world. He killed countless powerhouses. Moreover, he had single-handedly fought against the final 5 heaven-breaking old monsters of the present age. No one knew the outcome of that battle. What they saw was the sinking of the land within a radius of 1,000,000 miles and the shattering of the sky within a radius of 10 million miles. In the end, none of the 6 heaven-breaking existences appeared, and the former 10 peak sects had fallen and could not even be considered third-rate sections. No one would have thought that an existence that had been called Trash Patriarch for 100 years would actually be so stunning. With his own strength, he created an immortal legend and created the most terrifying dark turmoil in the cultivation world. Lu Feng woke up, and his footsteps never stopped. Time after time, he experienced the changes of 3 lives, and he was no longer the Lu Feng of the past. Time continued to pass, but this time, Lu Feng did not stop at all. He continued to walk, and gradually, he began to ignore that terrifying, desolate aura. That was the strongest test of willpower. With one step, he crossed the 40,000-foot step, and the 4th test appeared. This time, Lu Feng walked out again. He once again began to climb endlessly. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 40,000 consecutive steps for consecutive environmental tests. But from beginning to end, Lu Feng did not lose himself. Now, his willpower was incomparably firm. He was confident that even if he faced that Yellow Springs steel illusion again, he would not be shaken at all. This was not an increase in strength, but a kind of firm willpower that would not waver in the face of anything. This time, Lu Fenglai arrived at the 89,999 step. Looking up, he could already see the peak of the altar. Lu Feng knew that he was not far from the end. After spending a full 100 days, he finally arrived at a place not far away. Next was the 90,000th step, and this 90,000th step was bound to produce another illusion. That should be the last illusion. The pressure in the surroundings was almost undetectable. If he had come here when he had just ascended the altar, perhaps he would have been instantly crushed by this desolate aura, and his soul would have turned into nothingness. But now, after countless refinements, Lu Feng felt that his soul had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The divine plane that had been stimulated by the awakening of his bloodline actually expanded several times again. This, compared to the divine plane that was recorded in the Origin Sutra, was more than one level greater. If it really had to be said, perhaps even the peak of the second stage of the harmonious God realm might not necessarily have such a terrifying divine plane. Lu Feng was only happy with such a change. This was because he knew that the Origin Sutra was different from the Great Devil True Body. In addition to the cultivation method, there were also countless immortal and devil techniques. Those were all true immortal techniques and magical techniques. Their power was far from what the current martial artist battle techniques could compare to. In order to use these immortal techniques and magical techniques, one needed not only the realm, but also the existence of the divine plane. He expelled the trace of happiness from his mind. Lu Feng looked at the stairs in front of him with a trace of a smile, and finally stepped in. Not bad. Unexpectedly, there was another change, and he entered a brand new space-time and world. This was an ancient village. Looking at his own small body, Lu Feng smiled faintly. What did I encounter this time? Starting from the 7th time, I started to be able to feel the existence of the environment. And by the 8th time, I could even stay awake many times. I don't know if this is the last time. I can always distinguish between the real world and the dream, and see the real situation clearly. Gradually, countless soldiers and horses came from afar. And it was also at this moment that Lu Feng felt as if there were countless things in his mind. He understood that his 9th life had begun. In this life, he had no one to rely on, and he was a completely desolate and miserable life. But fortunately, when Lu Feng was 3 years old, he met him. He was a desolate general of the army, but he was also a prince of the previous dynasty. He used to be in charge of the world's military power, and his power was spread all over the world. He was the #1 glory under the Supremes. But who would have thought that the vast and mighty celestial empire would completely collapse with a single thought? The building collapsed, and there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Relying on the help of his personal guards, who risked their lives to help him, he finally escaped. But after being seriously injured, he lost his monstrous power and endless soldiers, and could only live alone. And it was in this year that he met Lu Feng. The 3-year-old Lu Feng stood alone in the wilderness, looking at the soldiers and horses whizzing by without a trace of fear. He just calmly faced everything, and it was this unique phenomenon that allowed him to see his past self. He had brought him along, taught him military tactics, and called him a peerless martial art. In this life, he placed all his hopes on Lu Feng, and Lu Feng did not disappoint him. When he was 18 years old, Lu Feng left him, taking only 3 simple attendants with him, and began the impossible path of defying the heavens. Chapter 65. Starting from the youngest soldier, Lu Feng began his own path of hegemony. In the Battle of Qingfeng Pass, he showed his talent and was promoted to the rank of a small team leader. In the Battle of Luhai Pass, he stood firm and defended his position. No one dared to attack him. Lu Feng also gained the attention of the higher-ups from this battle. From then on, he began his meteoric rise. At the age of 21, Lu Feng went crazy in the Battle of Shamadan. He killed 400 enemy soldiers and took the head of the enemy's general, shocking the entire army. This time, he finally became an officer in charge of one side. It was also from this time onwards that Lu Feng finally had his own private army. At the age of 23, in the Battle of Jialan Pass, he took the lead and wiped out 40,000 elite soldiers. He commanded 20,000 troops. At the age of 26, in the Battle of Qingsha Beach, he killed the enemy's main vanguard and was promoted to the deputy commander of the army. He had a private army of 3,000 soldiers and was known as the Tsing-Yi Army. At the age of 27, the Tsing-Yi Army was famous and intimidated both inside and outside the border. The emperor was pleased and accepted the army into the imperial court. He specially approved 20,000 soldiers. However, no one expected that the 20,000 Tsing-Yi army would become the sword that buried the imperial court. At the age of 30, Lu Feng commanded 200,000 soldiers and horses and guarded the border for 12 years. He was the true monarch of the border. At this time, the imperial court wanted to take back his military power, but they realized that everything was in vain. Lu Feng killed the imperial court's special envoy and officially rebelled. The imperial court's army attacked the border and temporarily cooperated with the foreign army in a futile attempt to kill Lu Feng. This was originally a battle without any suspense. However, who would have thought that this lack of suspense would become such a lack of suspense? Wherever the blade pointed, there would be a massacre. 20,000 Tsing-Yi army soldiers were unstoppable. They killed until the world was dark and time was cold. In the battle of the mountains and plains, blood stained the dusk and the earth was dyed red. 300,000 imperial soldiers were annihilated. This established the Tsing-Yi army's unparalleled reputation and also gave Lu Feng the embryonic form of an overlord. Repelling foreign forces from the outside and resisting the imperial army from the inside, Lu Feng began a 15-year-long period of hard work. Although it was located in a remote area, under the governance of Lu Feng, the Western Wasteland ushered in an unprecedented period of development. In the past 15 years, the population had increased explosively. The soldiers were strong, and the horses were strong, and the provisions were abundant. On the other hand, Lu Feng was still developing and did not rashly send out troops. Finally, when he was 50 years old, he gathered 100,000 men in green and commanded 800,000 men of the West Baron Army to invade the Eastern Punishment Superior Nation. A sword came from the west, shaking the entire world. The Heavenly Empire was decaying, already on the verge of destruction, no longer able to resist this sharp green killing sword. From the west to the east, the army was like a pack of wolves and tigers. The decaying Celestial Empire was powerless to resist, and all the collisions were instantly reduced to ashes. In the final battle, Lu Feng gathered all the armies of the West Baron and fought a decisive battle outside the imperial capital. That battle was the most glorious battle recorded in history, and also the most terrifying battle in history. When an emperor is enraged, millions of corpses will fall. This was the roar of two emperors, a battle of life and death. The sword Qi was like frost, and corpses were everywhere. More than 1 million corpses were rotting forever. The walls of the imperial capital were dyed red. Even after a few years, people could still faintly smell the stench of blood. The final sword destroyed the city, destroyed the country, and destroyed the mountains and rivers. The final battle, Jiang, E Mountain, E World, E. Lu Feng slowly walked up to the 81st heavenly platform, commanding the world, supreme glory and splendor. With a new ruler, the imperial capital developed vigorously, achieving the rise of the four seas. 10 years later, Lu Feng, who was in the last years of his life, mobilized the entire nation, gathering a total of 1,600,000 men. He set off on all four fronts, shocking the world, conquering the world. 3 years later, the army returned with only 200,000 dead. However, it was Lu Feng who had truly pacified the four seas. Since then, Lu Feng achieved a magnificent feat that no one else had ever achieved. He was the only monarch between heaven and earth, the unparalleled, immortal sovereign. On the day the immortal heavenly empire was established, Lu Feng passed the throne to the first prince. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he climbed up the world altar, laughed 3 times at the top of the altar, and lit it up. With the body of the greatest emperor since ancient times, Lu Feng ignited it, turning it into the weapon of the nation, forever suppressing the endless mountains and rivers. His eyes slowly opened. This time, Lu Feng did not feel the slightest bit of difference. To him, everything that he had experienced before could no longer shake his mind. This time, I really did it. The corners of his mouth curled into an inexplicable smile. He did it, he really did it. In those endless illusions, he always maintained a clear mind, never forgetting his perseverance, never wavering in the slightest. The last illusion couldn't even shake his will in the slightest. Seeing that there was not much distance left, Lu Feng once again stepped onto the steps. An endless aura of desolation engulfed this place. It was so dense that it was almost tangible. Perhaps even a god would not be able to adapt to it and continue walking. However, Lu Feng was so calm at this moment, as if he was not affected in the slightest. This didn't mean that Lu Feng had surpassed the level of a god. It was just that his willpower had reached a terrifying level. The illusions of 9 lifetimes were equivalent to Lu Feng living 9 lifetimes. And these 9 lifetimes were not ordinary experiences. He had experienced far too much during this period of time, and these 9 lifetimes had thoroughly forged his eternal and unshakable will. Lu Feng understood that as long as he set his mind to it, nothing under this starry sky would be able to shake him or make him deny himself. This was Lu Feng's terrifying transformation. The awakening of his bloodline had transformed his body, and the illusions of these 9 lifetimes had transformed his soul. Now, he had finally completed the most thorough transformation. Lu Feng believed that his future would be filled with countless miracles. In this lifetime, he would definitely be like the illusions of this last lifetime, ruling over the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and suppressing the 6 directions. One step, another step. After spending an entire 100 days, Lu Feng arrived here. He had not given up in the past. Now that he had condensed his will, how could he give up? Although Lu Feng was trying his best to calm himself down, he could still feel his heart racing. Relying on the power of my bloodline, I did not eat or drink for 100 days. Now, I feel that my limit is about to be reached. If I can't reach the end soon, I'm afraid that I will fall under my own body in the end. The bloodline could provide Lu Feng with endless power, but at the same time, the power of his bloodline that he had developed was still too little. Therefore, his body also had its limits. If it had been Lu Feng himself, not eating or drinking for 3 days would have been his limit. But now he had endured an entire 100 days. Moreover, Lu Feng could feel that even after 10 or 20 days, he would still be fine. However, once this period of time passed, it would really be dangerous. Therefore, within this range of endurance, Lu Feng once again quickened his pace. Gradually, Lu Feng saw the top. It was a light hidden in endless haze. From here, he could not see anything at all. Lu Feng believed that even if he stood in front of it, he would definitely not be able to see anything. However, other than the hazy light of the door, Lu Feng could no longer see anything. Finally, he began to climb again, and this time it was an entire 10 days. 10 days, Lu Feng had already reached the last moment. He could even count the number of steps left. 99, 98, 97, 32, 31, 30. One step, another step. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer steps left. Lu Feng even felt that he could reach out and touch the last step. His mood could no longer be controlled. His bloodline was constantly boiling at this moment, as if it was burning everything. 9th, 8th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, I'm here. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly excited. Lu Feng had finally done it. He had finally reached the top of this last step. In 110 days, I've crossed 99,999 steps. In this place of worship, in this ancient altar, I have finally reached the peak. In front of him, The last step was only 10 meters away from the hazy light barrier. Lu Feng was not in a hurry to enter directly. Ever since he set foot on this step, he had not stagnated at all. He had not retreated a single step. In fact, he had not even turned his head around. At this moment, when he had reached the peak, everything was over. He could finally relax. Ever since he had stepped onto the altar, Lu Feng had turned around for the first and only time. He stood at the top of the altar, looking down at the vast world of space. This place is indeed spacious. From here, I can see the condensation of the three divine kings' martial avatars. It is indeed unique. I didn't expect the three divine kings' avatars to be. At the next moment, Lu Feng's voice suddenly stopped. He looked down at the three divine kings' martial avatars and was completely frozen. At this moment, a trace of horror appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. He could not believe what he was seeing. Even though he had experienced so much and had an incomparably strong will, Lu Feng was still completely shocked at this moment. Below, the three martial avatars were still there and were still trembling. However, at this moment, Lu Feng felt completely different when he saw them from above. At this moment, Lu Feng finally understood many of his previous doubts. In his mind, the ancient Feng clan was a civilization that had never produced a divine king. At their most powerful, they might have only produced a quasi-supreme existence. This could be seen from this almost perfect world. However, without a divine king, there was no divine king. They could never be compared to the divine king. Therefore, the final sacrificial ground they had constructed could not stop the divine king's experts. However, the altars constructed by such a race still possessed terrifying power, even after countless years. The three divine kings' martial avatars had only been condensed for a few thousand years at most, yet they did not have the slightest power or pressure. This was really too inconceivable. Now Lu Feng finally understood. Chapter 66. Beneath his feet, ancient patterns crisscrossed around the three peerless divine kings' martial art avatars. These patterns seemed to be formed naturally. If not for standing on this terrifying altar, one would not be able to see them at all. However, Lu Feng could still vaguely make out some clues. He discovered that these patterns seemed to be pulsating with a kind of power, although it was almost imperceptible. However, Lu Feng still felt a trace of fluctuation. And it was this trace of fluctuation that could be said to be endlessly terrifying. If this kind of power erupted, even if it was just a little bit, it would probably be able to severely injure a god. The three martial art avatars did not have the slightest bit of power fluctuation. It was probably because these patterns had absorbed all of the power. Lu Feng also discovered that these patterns were not completely the same in terms of age. The patterns below the yellow spring monument that belonged to the divine king of the netherworld were obviously much more ancient, and the others were slightly more distinct. Lu Feng instantly understood everything. Could it be that these patterns were not created by someone else? Instead, they were carved by the divine king himself. Indeed, that should be the case. After all, there shouldn't be anyone in the entire universe who could imprison the martial art avatars that the divine king condensed with all his strength. Lu Feng gathered all of his power in his eyes and continued to observe. Finally, he discovered some problems again. At this time, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. In the next moment, he abruptly looked at the endless cracks behind the altar. After a long time, he took a deep breath. What remained in his eyes was an even more astonished look. So, it's actually like this. The three peerless divine kings' martial art avatars did not exist for the sake of leaving behind any traces. Their greatest purpose should be to provide power. The three divine king left behind his endless power to condense the martial art avatars, just to provide unlimited power. And the ultimate purpose of this power was only one, and that was to seal. They actually worked together just to seal that terrifying crack. Lu Feng walked to the edge of the altar and stood on the peak of the altar. He looked at the crack in the distance without saying a word. He didn't know what was inside that required the three divine kings to come here in 3 eras and pour their power into it, just to seal it. What's behind the crack? According to young Master Luo, this Gufang star itself is an incomparably huge artifact, and the huge Futu pagoda that I entered is also a part of this artifact. The ancient Fang clan placed everything in this artifact. It seems that the world of that quasi-sovereign has already fused with this artifact. Then behind this crack should be Gufang star, or perhaps it's deep within the core of this world treasure. But is that really the case? A single artifact requires 3 divine kings to cross the river of time and space to work together in order to completely seal it? Thinking of this, Lu Feng took a deep breath of cold air. If that was really the case, then Gufang star was probably a dangerous place. What existed in the depths was actually something that even the divine kings had to work together to seal. What on earth is in here? His expression was slightly conflicted. However, Lu Feng didn't do anything in the end. This was because he knew that he was still an endless distance away from the existence of the divine kings. This was something that the 3 great divine kings, whose names would be left in the history of the universe, had worked hard to seal. Now, he absolutely didn't have the qualifications to peep at it. One day, when I'm strong enough, I'll come back here again and unravel all the secrets. He clenched his fists tightly. Finally, Lu Feng turned around and walked toward the light mass in the center. He knew that it should be where his ultimate goal was, which was also where the last remnants of the ancient Fang clan were. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's heart kept beating. Although he had experienced so much, he couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that this was the final remnant of a top civilization in the universe. It was just a few simple steps, but Lu Feng seemed to have used up a lot of energy to finally reach it. When he arrived in front of the light mass, Lu Feng didn't act rashly. Instead, he quietly observed it for a long time. He didn't know if there were any unknown dangers in this final light mass, so he couldn't act rashly. Just like that, he spent an entire day looking at it. For some reason, after waking up from those 9 terrifying illusions, Lu Feng felt that he seemed to have changed a little. These changes only appeared inadvertently. This time, after a day of observation, Lu Feng once again felt this hazy feeling. He vaguely felt that this final light mass didn't seem to have any danger. There was no basis for it, but it was just that strange. In the end, Lu Feng gritted his teeth. No matter what, I've already come here. I absolutely can't give up like this. It doesn't matter if I'm reckless or crazy. I've already decided, so I can't back down. It's not a good idea to go on like this. There's a good saying, how can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? In that case, I'll believe in my feelings and take a gamble. Finally, Lu Feng didn't hesitate any longer and directly stepped into the room. At this moment, Lu Feng saw everything around him change. His expression changed slightly. However, he wasn't too shocked. After experiencing 9 transformations, he was no longer frightened by such sudden transformations. Could it be that this last time is still a test of illusion? In that case, as long as I stick to my will, I can get out of here. Finally, as Lu Feng's thoughts came to an end, the endless darkness began to change. The next moment, Lu Feng felt that he was gradually changing. You've lost your way. Have you found the path to the future? In the unseen world, a voice sounded, passing through the world and through reincarnation. He stood quietly between heaven and earth, unable to find the path when he came, unable to see the light of the past. He used to look down on heaven and earth, looking down on the common people with disdain. With a punch, he could destroy time. But now, he couldn't even see his own path clearly. Sorrow, this was the greatest desolation. The next moment, he raised his head. His gaze was distant, piercing through time and space, seeing through the unknown haze. However, there was still confusion in his great eyes. Road, is there still a road? I'm dead, I've lost. Is there still a road in the future? I've held up the backbone for heaven and earth, but who can continue the light for me and illuminate the road? He lowered his head and looked at his chest. His entire body was dyed red, and he trembled slightly. In the illusion, a clear voice echoed again, making him tremble. There was a path in the first place, but you have already abandoned it. leave. We've lost an era, but there's still the next era. I hope that one day you can find your own path. Find a final path that belongs to us. Heaven and earth shattered. Time shattered. Everything was completely annihilated. Everything no longer existed. All that was left was that lonely back, that deep door that opened with a bang. Lu Feng stood in place in a daze. He didn't see the heaven-piercing futu that appeared behind him again. He didn't see the extremely dazzling brilliance on his body. He just stared blankly in front of him. It was as if there really was a deep door in front of him. Finally, there was a slight fluctuation in Lu Feng's eyes. And it was at this moment that the terrifying heaven-piercing futu disappeared. The dazzling runes were hidden. Lu Feng raised his hand and stared blankly at himself. There was a strange sadness and confusion in his eyes. Who am I? Once looked down on millions of creatures. Was I at the peak of the endless? But why? I don't know anything. I don't remember anything. Road. There's still a road. The road hasn't already collapsed? Wasn't there already no path left for them? Can I still go on? Sadness colored everything around him. When it was hazy, it was as if the whole time and space were silent in a kind of sadness. The next moment, Lu Feng raised his head. He couldn't see anything in his eyes. There was only a kind of determination, a kind of endless madness and determination. No, there is still. Everything is not over. One day, I will burn my blood again and break through all the shackles again. One day, I will go back. Gradually, all the expressions in his eyes disappeared. Lu Feng stood in the endless light and seemed to have recovered his previous appearance. The corners of his mouth were a kind of bitter smile. It was indeed the final terrifying illusion. I was almost lost. But fortunately, I still walked out in the end. Now, everything is over. Vaguely, Lu Feng felt that the last illusion was too strange. It was completely different from the previous 9 times. There was no beginning or end. It was so indescribable and unbearable that it appeared so suddenly that he didn't even have time to react. Moreover, the last illusion actually gave him a kind of feeling that it was completely real. However, in the end, Lu Feng gently shook his head. At this moment, in his heart, he was only determined. He was certain that it was an illusion. Next, it's time for the real harvest. The last remnant of the ancient Feng clan can finally be presented in front of me. In front of Lu Feng was a palace-like existence. It couldn't be considered very tall, but it gave Lu Feng a feeling of endless luxury. Lu Feng understood that the last remnant of the ancient Feng clan was inside. His footsteps kept quickening. In just a few steps, Lu Feng had already arrived in front of the palace. In Lu Feng's impression, this kind of palace really couldn't be considered tall. At the very least, in the city he lived in, there were innumerable buildings that were bigger than this. However, those buildings were far from comparable to the one in front of him. It wasn't because of the size or appearance, but a kind of feeling of vicissitudes. Chapter 67. This was a kind of historical precipitation, a kind of condensation of civilization, which was incomparable to anything else. Finally, Lu Fenglai arrived in front of the palace. The entire palace had no main entrance. From the outside, one could only see endless darkness, as if there was some kind of ferocious beast that devoured living things hidden inside. However, Lu Feng did not hesitate at all, because that feeling still existed. He could clearly feel that there was no danger inside. At such a time, Lu Feng had no other choice but to believe in his own feelings. Gradually, Lu Feng's figure disappeared into the endless darkness. What is this thing? From the outside, this palace at the peak of the altar was not that big, but after really walking in, Lu Feng realized how shallow he was. Since this sacrificial space could use a quasi-supreme's almost perfect world as the final place, then how could this peak of the altar be so simple? There was indeed a space inside, but compared to the outside, it was obviously much smaller. This was not a world, but a space opened up by a super expert with his own magical ability. Legend had it that if it was the Divine King, he could even open up a planet with life with a wave of his hand. Of course, this was just a legend. Now, Lu Feng had entered such a space. Although it wasn't very big, Lu Feng understood that it must have been opened up by a super expert. It was even very likely that it was opened up by the fallen quasi-supreme expert, not for anything else, but because this space was incomparably solid. Walking on the road, Lu Feng saw countless things. They were all strange and different. However, these things had a common characteristic, which was that they were full of innumerable agility. Gradually, Lu Feng walked further and further away. Finally, he stopped. His eyes suddenly flashed with a kind of excited brilliance. Legend has it that the ancient square civilization is most famous not for how powerful they are, but for the crystallization of their civilization. The real essence of their civilization is elixirs. Elixirs. Among the civilizations that were discovered in the ancient square star that were useful to mankind, there were refining techniques and refining elixirs. However, among these things, the most precious thing was the art of alchemy. Compared to the art of alchemy and those ancient medicinal pills, the so-called tools were nothing at all. Lu Feng had also discovered this through the Sky Network. Only then did he know that the true crystallization of the ancient civilization was medicinal pills. In the Federation, the existence of pills had almost become peerless. The medicines that could be sold in the Federation were generally beginner and intermediate level medicines. If one wanted high-grade potions, they would have to join a powerful force to obtain them. As for the legendary level and above, perhaps only the core disciples of the major families were qualified to use them after they had achieved great results or shown great potential. As for the most terrifying mythological potion, it was an extremely terrifying existence. Any family would treat such an item as a treasure. It had not appeared in the eyes of ordinary people in the Federation for hundreds of years. Among the potions, there were 4 different grades: normal, rare, supreme, and perfect. The biggest reason for such a division was that it was based on the quality of the medicinal pills. In other words, medicinal pills were also divided in such a way. The only difference was that there were only 2 grades of quality in medicinal pills, which were defective and perfect medicinal pills. A defective quality medicinal pill was equivalent to a top quality medicinal pill. Moreover, its effect was often several times better than medicinal pills. The high-grade and above medicinal pills in the hands of the Federation government and the major families were almost all found in ancient ruins. According to the legends, when Gufang Star was first discovered, the Federation had obtained countless precious medicinal pills from there. There were even legendary medicinal pills in the legends. Of course, legends were legends. No one could believe them. In the past, Lu Feng had only listened to them. However, it was different now, because he knew that the legends were true. Most likely, the countless pills were really found in Gufang Star, because at this moment, the strange things around him seemed to be medicinal pills. There are actually so many medicinal pills. This is so terrifying. In the Federation, a high-grade defective medicinal pill was almost a priceless treasure. It couldn't be bought without hundreds of millions or even billions. As for perfect-grade pills, they were almost priceless treasures. Basically, such medicinal pills were tens or even hundreds of times more expensive than defective medicinal pills. However, now, all the medicinal pills in front of Lu Feng were definitely medicinal pills. In terms of quantity, it was almost countless. These medicinal pills should be low-grade and mid-grade. I can feel that the power contained in them isn't very strong. However, even so, this is already terrifying enough. I'm afraid that if I were to sell them, the wealth obtained would definitely not be less than any first-rate family. Of course, Lu Feng was just thinking about it. After all, medicinal pills weren't medicinal pills. Once obtained, who would take them out to auction? Thinking of the value of these medicinal pills, Lu Feng originally intended to buy them directly. However, he stopped the next moment, because Lu Feng finally understood 2 things. The first thing was that there were too many medicinal pills in front of him. Too many, it was too many. He was only one person. How could he bring such a huge amount of medicinal pills out? Even if he would take them freely, he would probably be able to take a few hundred at most. The second thing was the grade of the medicinal pills here. He still remembered the legend that the Federation government had obtained high-grade and above medicinal pills from Gufeng Star. One had to know that even a legendary medicinal pill would cost tens of billions. If the price of medicinal pills were to be measured in terms of money, one wouldn't be qualified to compete at all without trillions. In front of him, even if you were to take away thousands of such medicinal pills, the value would probably not be as good as a defective legendary medicinal pill. Moreover, Lu Feng had just walked a short distance. There would definitely be medicinal pills of higher grades behind. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't rashly collect them. He chose to continue moving forward. Along the way, Lu Feng's heart was surging with excitement and his blood was boiling, because Lu Feng felt that he seemed to have walked into a kingdom of medicinal pills, a world completely composed of medicinal pills. I don't know if the number of low-grade medicinal pills discovered in the Federation's history is as many as here. There were simply too many medicinal pills here. As he went deeper, almost all he could see were medicinal pills, and the grades were constantly increasing. Towards the end, Lu Feng realized that the number of high-grade medicinal pills had already reached tens of thousands, and he was far from reaching the end. Time passed slowly. As he saw more and more medicinal pills, Lu Feng gradually began to feel numb. After all, after looking at so many medicinal pills for so long, he was no longer excited. Finally, vaguely, Lu Feng finally reached the end. In front of him, there was no longer a sea of medicinal pills. Instead, there was a simple and unadorned hall. It was a hall within a hall. That was a hall within a hall. Seeing the hall within the hall, Lu Feng stopped in his tracks. A trace of excitement appeared in his calm eyes again. He knew that he had finally reached the end. This should be the place where the essence of the altar was gathered. This should be the place where the essence of the entire ancient Feng clan civilization was gathered. Lu Feng quickened his pace. Without the slightest hesitation, he even forgot about the existence of danger and directly stepped into the hall within the hall. Looking at everything in front of him, Lu Feng took a deep breath. His heart began to beat violently, because Lu Feng finally saw the place where the last remnants of the ancient Feng clan were. The hall within the hall did not use any space to open it up. Just like how it looked from the outside, it was only tens of thousands of square meters in size. The things inside were not as numerous as the things outside. But even so, Lu Feng could not calm down, because he knew that any one of the things inside would be comparable to the value of thousands or even tens of thousands of medicinal pills outside. These medicinal pills are definitely beyond the high-grade level. Could it be? Could it be that all the medicinal pills on these stone platforms are at the legendary level? In front of him were thousands of small stone platforms. On each stone platform, there was a medicinal pill of different shapes lying quietly on it. From above, Lu Feng felt a strong fluctuation of power. These were far from what the medicinal pills outside could compare to. Even high-grade medicinal pills could not be compared to them. In addition to these thousands of small stone platforms, there were 10 huge stone platforms in the center. On top of them, there were 10 medicinal pills lying quietly. In addition to these, there were also 3 similar stone platforms in the most central area. Lu Feng looked at the 10 stone platforms, his heart beating violently at this moment. There are thousands of legendary medicinal pills outside, but the stone platform in the center is obviously different from the others. Then those 10 medicinal pills could be mythical level. There were actually mythical medicinal pills here. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Feng's heart beat to the limit. Although he did not know the specific effects of mythical medicinal pills, this did not prevent him from knowing the existence of mythical medicinal pills. According to legend, mythical medicinal pills were called mythical because they had godlike effects. Medicinal pills were divided into cultivation type and auxiliary type. Once a cultivation type mythical medicinal pill was taken, it could almost make an ordinary person with no talent become a warrior at the peak of the perfect stage. Of course, unless it was a perfect grade mythical medicinal pill, the user's limit would be this after taking it. But even so, mythical medicinal pills were something that countless people went crazy for. After all, a warrior at the peak of the perfect stage was the pinnacle of the realm below the gods. Chapter 68. The effects of auxiliary mythical potions were even more heaven-defying and terrifying. For God, ordinary potions had no effect at all. Even if it was a legendary potion, the effect of the enhancement was limited. But mythical potions were different. They could even provide the most perfect enhancement and help to any god below the divine king. And this was only a mythical potion, and elixirs were even more priceless. Legend had it that the peerless overlord of mankind 5,000 years ago, the divine king of chaos, had taken a mythical elixir of perfect quality. At that time, his aptitude was not the most outstanding. In that era, there were many people who were more powerful than him, and so he was able to walk out of the billions of lowly creatures and finally ascend to the position of the divine king by relying on that mythical elixir of perfect quality. And now, in front of Lu Feng, there might be 10 mythical elixirs. Finally, Lu Feng came closer. He stood in front of the 10 large stone platforms and looked at the peaceful existence on them. But his expression was full of doubt. No. If the ancient Feng clan really has mythical elixirs, then how could they not produce the divine king? Even a defective mythical elixir is equivalent to a top-grade mythical potion. Maybe one elixir was not enough, but if he took 2, 3, or even 5 or 10 elixirs, then that quasi-sovereign should have broken through. But the final result was that quasi-sovereign died. And here, there are only these 10 elixirs. Could it be that I was wrong? Lu Feng looked at the 10 luxurious elixirs with a solemn expression. Finally, he gradually discovered the truth. At this time, disappointment flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Sure enough, I guessed right. He did not know what mythical elixirs looked like. But since they were elixirs that surpassed the legendary level, then they must have been completely changed. Although the elixirs in front of him were much more terrifying than the thousands of elixirs around him, Lu Feng still felt the same. It was just that the density of the power was obviously much higher, but in terms of level, there was no change. Countless runes flickered, and a peculiar aura was faintly spreading. However, these auras and runes were only countless times denser. They had never reached the level of qualitative change. These shouldn't be the real mythical pills, right? However, they seem to be on the verge of transformation. It should only be a little bit away from becoming a mythical creature. What a pity, what a pity. These pills must have been quasi-deified pills. Thinking of this, Lu Feng showed a slightly disappointed expression. However, this expression quickly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strange smile. If it was me in the past, I would be incomparably excited at the sight of the best quality high-grade potions. But if it's a pill, I'm afraid that even if I sold all of my family's assets, I still wouldn't be able to afford one. Now that he was able to see a quasi-deified pill, it was already very good. Now, I'm disappointed because they aren't mythical. This is a bit too ungrateful. After a self-deprecating laugh, Lu Feng looked at the 3 stone platforms in the center. Rather than calling them stone platforms, it was better to call them 3 sparkling light pillars. Although it looked like a stone, no matter how he looked at it, it looked like a sparkling crystal. After a while, Lu Feng finally remembered. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the 3 stone platforms. Could it be that this is a fantasy crystal? After taking a closer look, Lu Feng finally came to a conclusion. This was the fantasy crystal that he knew of. The whole thing is made of fantasy crystal. What a terrifying amount of money. Fantasy crystal was a specialty of a galaxy at the edge of the universe. Legend had it that fantasy crystal did not have any magical effects. However, its value is extremely terrifying. This was because the fantasy crystal only had one characteristic, and that was its hardness. It was extremely hard. Of course, this was also related to the origin of the fantasy crystal. The formation process of the fantasy crystal was very terrifying. It was formed after the fusion of the planets in the galaxy, and was infinitely compressed. After a planet that was almost the size of a third-level life planet was compressed, it could only form a fist-sized fantasy crystal. However, this fantasy crystal was a bit strange. This was because a crystal formed by the compression of such a huge planet should be extremely heavy. However, this fantasy crystal was different. It could be said that it was the exact opposite. It was almost weightless. Of course, the fantasy crystal could only be formed by the planets in that galaxy. As for the reason, it had always been a secret. Humans had tried countless times to unravel the reason, but they had never been able to do it. This was because that galaxy was the territory of another Overlord race in the universe. Coincidentally, that race did not get along well with humans. The hardness of the fantasy crystal was well known throughout the universe. There were once human researchers who did experiments on it. They used the main cannon of an advanced warship to bombard it, but it was unable to shatter this crystal that seemed like it could be shattered with one punch. In the universe, there were many races that chose to use magic crystals as their weapons. As long as an inscription master engraved some terrifying lines on the magic crystal, the magic crystal weapon would be indestructible and indestructible. I didn't expect this. The ancient Fawn clan was actually so terrifying. The number of fantasy crystals used to make these 3 stone platforms is definitely an astronomical figure. I'm afraid that to obtain so many fantasy crystals, it would take at least the compression of a star. Finally, Lu Feng stopped paying attention to the 3 fantasy crystals that were made into stone platforms. After all, no matter how precious the fantasy crystals were, they were only used to carry things. The truly precious things should be the things on the stone platforms. Lu Feng went to the side of the first fantasy crystal stone platform and quietly looked at the things on the stone platform. On the first fantasy crystal stone platform, there was something that Lu Feng was familiar with but also unfamiliar with. Because what existed above, it was an infinitely dark star elixir. Is this an elixir? But is there really such an elixir? The elixir in front of him was incomparably black. It didn't even have a specific shape. After looking at it for a while, Lu Feng quickly shifted his gaze because he discovered a frightening phenomenon. When he focused on the black elixir, he actually felt that his soul was about to leave his body and be devoured. It was as if the black thing wasn't an elixir at all, but an infinitely small black hole. What a strange thing. Could it really be an elixir? From it, I can feel the aura of an elixir. But how can there be such an elixir in this world? Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Lu Feng looked at the thing on the second fantasy crystal stone platform. This time, Lu Feng recognized what was at a glance. Crystal stone? Crystal stone, it was a crystal stone. The thing on the second fantasy crystal stone platform was a piece of crystal stone. Lu Feng walked closer and began to observe it carefully. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what the crystal stone was. In the end, Lu Feng looked at the last fantasy crystal stone platform helplessly. Lu Feng couldn't recognize the thing on it all. What is this thing? Why are there so many strange things here? Looking at the thing on the third stone platform, Lu Feng really didn't know what to say. At least he could understand the first 2, but for the third, Lu Feng really couldn't understand. Because the thing on the third stone platform was actually something like an iron plate. He couldn't see the material of the iron plate. As for what it was used for, Lu Feng didn't know at all. Lu Feng pondered for a while, but still couldn't figure out what the iron plate was used for. He also knew that he couldn't figure it out at all. So, Lu Feng simply stopped thinking about it. Standing in front of the 3 fantasy crystal stone platforms, Lu Feng was silent. Because at this moment, he didn't know whether he should take these things or not. The black thing on the first fantasy crystal stone platform is very strange. Just by looking at it, I can feel my soul trembling. That thing is too evil. Even if it's a really good thing, it's not something I can have right now. So, I won't touch the thing on the first fantasy crystal stone platform for now. When I'm strong enough, I'll come here to take it. But the things above the second and third shouldn't be dangerous. So I'll take them first. Lu Feng knew that the ancient Fawn clan wouldn't put trash in the most precious place. These three things were definitely incomparably precious. So, even if he didn't know what they were used for, Lu Feng still planned to take them first. Walking to the side of the crystal stone, Lu Feng stretched out his arm, wanting to directly take it. But in the next moment, he stopped. He frowned slightly. There shouldn't be any protective measures here, right? From the moment he came in until now, Lu Feng hadn't taken anything. Even the high-grade pills outside, he only saw them, but he didn't take any of them. So, until now, Lu Feng didn't know if these things were really as harmless as they seemed and could be easily taken. He thought for a moment. Lu Feng thought of a way. He directly took off his shirt and held it in his hand. Slowly, Lu Feng twisted his shirt into the shape of a stick and slowly stretched it toward the stone platform. Finally, under Lu Feng's nervous gaze, his shirt touched the crystal stone. After waiting for a long time, no strange phenomenon appeared. At this moment, Lu Feng finally relaxed. He let out a long sigh of relief, and then carefully stretched out his hand. Finally, the moment he touched the crystal stone, Lu Feng quickly retracted his arm. Phew, looks like there's no danger. On his face, there was an incomparably happy smile. But in the next moment, Lu Feng's smile suddenly froze. What's going on? Chapter 69. There was no fear in his voice, but it was full of anxiety. Because at this moment, after Lu Feng obtained the crystal, the surrounding stone platforms suddenly underwent a huge change. A luxurious light suddenly appeared. There was no trace to search for, no starting point to inquire about. It was born just like that. In Lu Feng's eyes, it instantly enveloped all the stone platforms. After a moment, in the entire hall, except for the crystal in Lu Feng's hand, all the stone platforms had been enveloped in that luxurious light. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lu Feng's eyes twitched slightly. The next moment, he gently touched the stone platforms with the clothes in his hand again. And to do so, he had to pass through those lights. But the moment he touched those lights, Lu Feng showed a shocked expression, because right in front of his eyes, the clothes from before had disappeared just like that. No, it didn't disappear, it was destroyed. Not even a trace was left behind. It was completely annihilated. Lu Feng opened his mouth slightly, but he couldn't say anything. The moment the clothes touched the light, although it was brief, Lu Feng still felt it. What kind of terrifying power was that? It was completely indescribable, terrifying destruction. He had a feeling that even if he had just put in some abnormally hard material, the result would have been the same. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Lu Feng finally shook his head gently, turned around, and left. Now that he had awakened his bloodline, he felt that he had completed a transformation. But even so, he was still only a mid-level warrior. Facing this last remnant of a civilization, he had no way to deal with it. Rather than waiting here, it was better to leave here and wait until he had cultivated to a sufficient level before returning. Lu Feng wasn't a hesitant person, so after making up his mind, he left here without any hesitation. Walking out of the hall, Lu Feng looked at everything around him and sighed slightly, because he found that the elixirs outside weren't enveloped by those lights. In other words, these elixirs could still be collected. Although compared to the elixirs in the hall, their value is 1,000,000 times lower. But it's better than nothing. He only had a crystal that he didn't know what it was used for. Although the fact that it was stored in the Great Hall so carefully proved its value, no matter how precious it was useless to Lu Feng before he knew what it was used for. In terms of preciousness, Lu Feng believed that there was nothing more precious than the Tongtian Fudu in his mind space. Therefore, what he most urgently wanted now was to improve his cultivation. A few months ago, in the battle in front of Fudu's pagoda, he had already seen the terror of those Federation geniuses. All of these existences were martial artists above the upheaval period. Moreover, any one of them would definitely have the terrifying strength to challenge those who were one level higher than them. Like that young Master Luo, in the realm of a warrior's realm, although that was just a little power of a god. But a god was a god. In the realm of a god's power of a god. When a god made a move, Even if it was only 1 star of power, that terrifying power was lower than a warrior's power of tens of thousands of stars after amplification. This was the power of a god. This was the terror of a god's power. Therefore, even if a warrior was at the peak, he was still a human. There was an insurmountable gap between them and a god. The gap between such existences was too big. But young Master Luo was able to do this, undoubtedly proving his terrifying reputation as one of the 7 kings of the younger generation. Compared to them, Lu Feng was too far behind. If it wasn't for the awakening of his bloodline, Lu Feng wouldn't even have the confidence to defeat any of them in the future when facing someone of the same level. Therefore, what he needed most now was to improve his strength. They are only a few years older than me, but the gap between their strength and mine is like heaven and earth. I'm not just a little behind them. I was already far behind them in terms of starting out, and the resources I can get for future cultivation can't be compared to theirs. If I don't work hard, I'm afraid I'll have to look up to them for the rest of my life. Looking at the thousands of pills, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He knew that if he wanted to become stronger, these pills were indispensable. However, now Lu Feng was in a dilemma. He didn't have any containers on him, and the number of pills he could take away was limited. Lu Feng calculated a little. Even if he gave it his all, he could only take away 300 pills at most. He really couldn't take any more. But even with these 300 pills, Lu Feng was in a dilemma. Or in other people's eyes, he naturally had to pick the most precious ones to take away. The 300 pills he took away should all be high-grade pills. After all, the value of a high-grade pill was dozens or even hundreds of times more than a mid-grade pill. But Lu Feng didn't think so, because as far as he was concerned now, high-grade pills couldn't be used casually. Pills were different from potions. Their effects were too heaven-defying and terrifying. If he forcefully took them, he was afraid it would hurt his body, and this was what Lu Feng didn't want to encounter. If that happened, the loss would outweigh the gain. Once he took away all the high-grade pills, there would be a period of stagnation in his cultivation before he could bear the effects of the high-grade pills. And this period of time wouldn't be short. Even if I can take high-grade pills to increase my cultivation, the number of pills I take won't be too much. Instead of wasting time chasing value, it's better to choose the ones that are most suitable for me. The majority of the medicinal pills here were of perfect quality. The quality was equivalent to perfect quality medicine, and the effects were probably several times higher. So Lu Feng wouldn't take them like before to become a beginner psychic. Maybe he only needed a few pills to break through the shackles of his cultivation and enter the next level. So, since he had already decided, Lu Feng didn't hesitate anymore. Finally, Lu Feng began to choose the pills that were suitable for him. He was actually very selective in his selection. Of course, the more pills that could increase his cultivation, the better, but there was also a bottom line. Finally, when Lu Feng finished his selection, 300 pills were quietly placed in front of Lu Feng. Among the pills that Lu Feng chose, there were spiritual pills that could increase mental strength, and martial pills that could be used for physical martial arts cultivation. It was actually very easy to distinguish between the two. Those that were shining with sparkling runes were spiritual pills, and those that were shining with a tyrannical aura and surging like blood were martial pills. Those that were constantly changing colors were medicinal pills. The existence of medicinal pills, the greatest function was to be used as a support. So medicinal pills were also called auxiliary pills. Among the pills that Lu Feng chose, there were nearly 290 cultivation pills. And among these 290 pills, more than 70% were used for psychic cultivation, and only 30% were used for warriors. In fact, this was also Lu Feng's choice. He knew that his path as a warrior didn't actually need many pills. After all, with the existence of his bloodline and the horror of the great devil true body, he could almost get rid of his dependence on medicinal pills. If it wasn't for the simultaneous improvement of psychic cultivation and warrior cultivation, he was afraid that he would have chosen all the pills that cultivated mental strength. In the end, Lu Feng only took out less than 30 medicinal pills to be used as support. These pills were for Lu Feng to use when breaking through or in times of danger. After all, these things weren't good things, and there would definitely be repercussions after using them. If he could avoid using them, Lu Feng would definitely try his best not to use them. Therefore, he didn't choose too many. Looking at the pills in front of him, Lu Feng temporarily forgot all the previous regrets. At this moment, there was only a kind of joy and a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. I've been here for a full 4 months. It's also time to leave here and go to school. This time, leaving will be the time for me, Lu Feng, to shine. One day, I'll make this era belong to me. It was extremely difficult to ascend the ancient altar, and it took him nearly 4 months. However, it only took him an hour to return. From the peak of the altar, Lu Feng quickly rushed down and followed the path he came from, finally returning to the sealed entrance. Looking at the time on the heavenly network, Lu Feng nodded slightly. It was now exactly 2 o'clock in the morning. There shouldn't be anyone here at this time. Therefore, Lu Feng dared to go out without worry. Looking at the sparkling light screen, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and passed through it in the end. It seems that my intuition was not wrong. When I came in, there was a slim chance of survival, but when I left, there was no danger at all. Standing outside the wall, Lu Feng's body was filled with all kinds of ammunition, and there was a kind of joy on his face. When he came out, Lu Feng only felt that the world had changed for a moment, and then he returned to the place he had entered before. Just as he had thought, there was indeed no one around. Without any hesitation, Lu Feng quickly ran out of the room. I believe that the ancient Feng clan sacrificial ground definitely has more than these low-level pills. I just don't know what he obtained from here. Above the boundless void, 2 figures looked at Lu Feng's departure in silence. One of them spoke and looked at the illusion beside him. The illusion shook his head gently. He said slowly, I don't know what he obtained either. However, even if he obtained some amazing treasure, so what? The current Xiao Feng is still too weak. Given his character, he definitely won't tell anyone. Perhaps one day in the future, when he is strong enough, he will say it. Chapter 70. There was a strange emotion in his voice. However, the person beside him could clearly sense the happiness and pride in his voice. Eventually, a helpless expression appeared on his face. Whatever he obtains, won't the Lu family benefit in the end? I really don't know what secret this kid has to actually be able to enter the ancient Feng tribe's sacrificial ground. Back then, we all discovered the real entrance to this place. Unfortunately, none of us were able to enter. The seal inside is really too terrifying. Against the projection of the Divine King of the Yellow Springs, we were simply no match for him. If it weren't for the people outside helping us, I'm afraid we would have all died. After saying this, the entity sighed deeply. At this moment, both of them were incomparably silent. In the end, the illusion spoke. No matter what, I have to protect Xiaofeng this time. I'm no longer the same person I was in the past. Back then, because of those old bastards, I fell at the last step and temporarily lost the qualifications to challenge the Divine King. This time, no matter what, I won't let him repeat my tragedy. After saying this, the figures started to fade away and eventually disappeared into the sky. After an hour, Lu Feng finally arrived at the place where he had stored the hover car. After taking a look around and confirming that there was really no one around, Lu Feng quickly walked into the hover car. After putting away all the elixirs, he started to speed towards ancient Feng City. After speeding for an hour, he finally arrived at the hotel he had left at. As he looked at the bustling city, he felt that this city was filled with a modern vibe. Lu Feng felt as if a lifetime had passed. Perhaps he had only been gone for 4 months, but on the path to the altar, Lu Feng had experienced 9 lifetimes. Although they had only been illusions, the experiences of these 9 lifetimes felt like the most realistic experiences. Currently, he felt a kind of vicissitudes and a kind of desolation in his heart. Now that he saw the prosperity of this era that truly belonged to him, all sorts of feelings welled up in Lu Feng's heart. I'm finally back. He got off the hover car and walked straight into the hotel. Lu Feng didn't know if his things were still there. Even if the hotel disposed of his things, Lu Feng had nothing to say. After all, He had only spent a week's deposit. Now that 4 months had passed, all the expenses were naturally gone, and it was reasonable for the hotel to want to do something. Lu Feng walked into the hall and went directly to the counter. "Miss, I left for a period of time because of some matters. At that time, I only booked a room for a week, but now it's been more than 3 months. Do you still have the luggage I left in your room?" Hearing Lu Feng's words, the receptionist gave Lu Feng a strange look. After all, she rarely encountered such a situation. But after a while, the waiter recovered. She turned on the recording device that she carried with her and checked it a little, then asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Feng?" Lu Feng nodded gently. The waiter smiled. She said, "We rarely encounter a situation like yours, but our hotel's reputation is still very good. Although you've already left, we've kept your belongings." Lu Feng was slightly happy. To be honest, there was nothing valuable in his luggage, but it was very important, because there were many pieces of identification about him in it. Those were the ultimate identification that Tian Luo could not replace. After he returned to the Cymbidium, he had to report to school immediately. If he lost it, it would take some time to get it back. Lu Feng didn't like to encounter such a situation. "In that case, thank you very much. Where's my luggage?" Seeing Lu Feng's happy look, the waiter smiled politely. But she didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, "However, Mr. Lu Feng, although there is no extra charge for keeping your luggage, can you pay for other things directly?" "Other things?" Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. He didn't know what the waiter was talking about. But soon, he finally remembered. His expression was a little awkward. "I forgot just now. Sorry. Then how much is my rental fee?" In addition to staying in this hotel, Lu Feng also rented a hover car from the hotel, which was the one he was riding now. And the rental fee was 500 Federation dollars a day. Until now, he had rented it for nearly 4 months. In total, the rental fee was as high as 60,000 Federation dollars. "Sir, you have rented it for a total of 114 days. The rental fee is 57,000 Federation dollars. You have already paid 100,000 Federation dollars as a deposit. If we deduct it, we will need to give you 43,000 Federation dollars. In this case, do you have anything else to explain?" Lu Feng shook his head. 60,000 Federation dollars was nothing to him. After all, he still had millions of Federation dollars. In addition, Lu Feng didn't care much about money. And now, after getting those pills, he didn't care about money anymore. So, Lu Feng didn't have anything to doubt. The waiter took Lu Feng's payment card, swiped 43,000 Federation dollars on it, and returned it to Lu Feng. "Sir, your luggage is in our hotel's vault. I will ask someone to get it for you in a while." After saying this, the waiter turned on the Sky Network's communication device. After giving some instructions, he didn't say anything else. Soon, a person walked over with Lu Feng's luggage. Seeing the luggage, Lu Feng nodded lightly. That was indeed his stuff. Then, "Thank you very much. I will exchange the hover car with you later." The last sentence was added by Lu Feng when he was about to leave, because at this moment, he suddenly remembered that there were still more than 300 pills on the hover car. "It's okay, sir, according to the amount you paid." Before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the right to use the hover car still belongs to you. He smiled and explained to Lu Feng. And Lu Feng also smiled politely, turned around, and left. He walked to the hover car and placed his luggage on it. Soon, Lu Feng took out all the useless things from his luggage, and then carefully placed the 300 pills inside. After everything was done, Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the time displayed on the Sky Network, Lu Feng thought for a while, then returned to the hotel and booked a suite. After entering the room, Lu Feng placed the luggage next to his bed and opened the Sky Network. In an instant, hundreds of messages swarmed in. Seeing this, Lu Feng didn't show any surprise. After all, he could be considered to have disappeared for 4 months. There should be a lot of people looking for him. Among the hundreds of messages, more than 70 were sent by Li Yongheng. The content of the messages was naturally about Lu Feng's whereabouts. Lu Feng smiled faintly when he saw the deep concern on her face. To be honest, having a brother like this Lu Feng felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Lu Feng casually replied to Li Yongheng's message, then continued to look at the following messages. The rest of the messages were from some of his classmates asking him out to play. Of course, other than these, there was also the admission notice from the Federal University. However, the one that caught Lu Feng's attention the most was the message from his father. It said that Lu Tao's research had reached a critical point, and he might not be able to return home in the near future. Lu Feng didn't have to worry, and he would return at the end of the year. And looking at the time, Lu Feng realized that the day the message was sent was the day he entered the ancient ritual grounds. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng didn't think too much about it. He had already guessed the origin of his bloodline. Although it was somewhat inconceivable, Lu Feng understood that all of this was really the case. Since his father had something to do, waiting for a while was no big deal. Just as Lu Feng was about to close the Sky Network and have a good rest, Li Yongheng's call request suddenly popped up. With a faint smile, Lu Feng picked up the call. "I say, Lu Feng, where did you go? Why haven't I heard from you in such a long time? You didn't even report for school. What else do you want to do?" "I was planning to ask my mother to use her connections to arrange for us to stay in the same dorm. Now that you've messed up, there's no chance." As soon as the call connected, Li Yongheng began to nag nonstop. Lu Feng only smiled and listened, but didn't say anything. When Li Yongheng stopped, Lu Feng was finally able to speak. "Yongheng, this is my fault. Actually, I didn't expect this to happen. Originally, I only planned to travel for a while, but I happened to run into some things, so it was delayed." When Li Yongheng heard Lu Feng's words, he was silent for a while. Some things? What was it? What could have caused Lu Feng to disappear for 4 whole months? But now that he saw Lu Feng's peaceful appearance, he was relieved. Furthermore, from Lu Feng's words, he could tell that Lu Feng's intentions were clear. Lu Feng didn't seem to want to say much about this trip. As a brother, Lu Feng naturally didn't want to say much, so he didn't ask anymore. Finally, after chatting for a while about the Federal University's Cymbidium branch, the two ended the call. Lu Feng laid on the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, when he woke up, it was already close to noon. Lu Feng went to the front desk of the hotel to check out and ate a big meal. If it weren't for the support of the bloodline power, he would have starved to death. But even so, Lu Feng already felt that his limit was approaching. He urgently needed to replenish himself. Unknowingly, before Lu Feng left the hotel, he shocked the hotel staff again. Because this time, Lu Feng ate too much. This was almost equivalent to the maximum appetite of 7 or 8 adults. Even so, Lu Feng didn't show any signs of discomfort after eating. Chapter 71. Under the shocked gazes of the waiters, Lu Feng awkwardly paid the bill and hurriedly left. Everything went smoothly when he left. Lu Feng dragged the huge box and boarded the interstellar flight back to the Cymbidium. Lying on the seat, Lu Feng calmed down a little. From now on, it would take at least 5 days to return to the Cymbidium. These 5 days were enough for Lu Feng to sort out everything. I have to say that coming here this time was really the right decision. Who would have thought that I would be able to obtain so much? Such a huge harvest? He thought about his bloodline awakening and the terrifying strengthening of his physical body. He thought about how his soul had been tempered in the environment of 9 lifetimes and the terrifying opening of the divine plane. He thought about the more than 300 elixirs in the box on the spaceship. Lu Feng simply wanted to open his mouth and laugh loudly. The gains from all of this were simply too great. There were many empty seats on the spaceship returning to the Cymbidium. However, Lu Feng was sitting in the first-class cabin of the spaceship, which was a cabin with its own small private room. He had his own reasons for making this choice. Now, Lu Feng felt that he didn't need much money for the time being. Therefore, he didn't deliberately try to save money. Lu Feng also chose this place so that no one would disturb him. This was because Lu Feng wanted to use these 5 days to study it properly. After observing his surroundings a little to make sure that there were no surveillance devices or people watching him, Lu Feng took something out of his clothes. It was a crystal. It didn't have a luxurious glow or a resplendent appearance. It was very ordinary. It was just an ordinary crystal. However, it wasn't as ordinary as its appearance. This was because the place where it was placed was one of the three most important positions on the ancient Fong clan's altar. How could something like this, which had been carefully placed by the ancient Fong clan and was even more precious than the quasi-divine elixirs, be an ordinary object? Lu Feng believed that it would be of great use. It was just that he didn't know how to use it yet. After pondering for a while, he picked it up and studied it for a long time. However, he still didn't discover anything. In the end, Lu Feng sighed deeply. After thinking for a while, he opened the Sky Network connector in his hand. After activating the scanning device, Lu Feng completely copied the entire crystal into an image and uploaded it to the Heavenly Network to search. Lu Feng still trusted Sky Network quite a bit. He knew that if even the Heavenly Network could not find the source, then there was really nothing he could do. In just a few moments, millions of pieces of information about this type of crystal appeared. Looking at so much information, Lu Feng was dumbfounded for a moment, but after smiling helplessly, he began to read it carefully. No matter what, let's just wait and see. As long as we can discover the true use of this thing, then even the hardships will be worth it. During the next 3 days, besides resting, Lu Feng spent most of his time searching for information on the Heavenly Network. However, the results were not satisfactory. Many of them were introductions to similar crystals, and some were about selling information. None of them could really help Lu Feng. Finally, just as the 3rd day was coming to an end, Lu Feng obtained the information he wanted. Sitting on the recliner, there was a complicated look on his face. Could it really be like this? Actually, if I think about it carefully, it should be like this. After all, the final condensation of a civilization is usually the most outstanding existence of their civilization. Then, this crystal is actually a cultivation technique. In the records about crystals that Lu Feng found, most of them were useless. However, there were a few pieces of information that he did not pay attention to, and he still found them on the 3rd day. The introduction was not very detailed, and it was just a cursory description. However, it was this cursory description that allowed Lu Feng to finally understand what exactly was in his hands. An inheritance crystal, the records of a civilization or a race's civilization, or the condensation of their strongest technology and cultivation techniques. No wonder it was kept there. Thinking about it, the value of this crystal is indeed beyond anything else. It's a pity that this thing doesn't seem to be of much use to me. In the ancient civilization, it was said that there had once been a supreme cultivation technique that surpassed the stars. The definition of a supreme cultivation technique was a supreme technique that could reach the pinnacle. Legend had it that behind every supreme cultivation technique, there was at least a quasi-supreme existence. Only such an existence would be able to condense a sovereign cultivation technique. Of course, it was not to say that every supreme cultivation technique could allow one to reach the level of the Divine King. After all, most supreme cultivation techniques were created by quasi-supreme beings. There were only a few cultivation techniques that were created by the real supreme being of the universe, the peerless Divine King, in the entire universe. And almost every one of them was backed by a powerful race. For example, the human race had given birth to more than a dozen peerless divine kings, but there were only 7 records of them who really created cultivation techniques. Of the pinnacle supreme cultivation techniques created by these 7 people, only 4 were really passed down. In other words, there were only 4 pinnacle supreme cultivation techniques in the entire human race. Moreover, among these 4, the Federation only controlled 2. However, there were many supreme cultivation techniques created by quasi-supreme beings in the entire human race. A rough estimate showed that there were at least more than 20 of them. Back then, a paragon cultivation technique had appeared on Gufang planet. Lu Feng guessed that the paragon cultivation technique that had appeared had been created by the Gufang civilization's quasi-supreme. But now, there was a second one in the final sacrificial ground. Lu Feng could even feel that even if this cultivation technique was not a real pinnacle supreme cultivation technique, it was probably more powerful than the one found by the Federation. After all, it was stored in the sacrificial ground. It's a pity that a supreme cultivation technique is wasted. To me, this thing is not as good as a divine elixir. In terms of body cultivation techniques, Lu Feng had the Great Devil True Body, which could be called an abnormal supreme cultivation technique. Lu Feng knew that the Great Devil True Body was definitely not inferior to any pinnacle supreme cultivation technique. Moreover, this cultivation technique had been extremely suitable for him to cultivate ever since he condensed the original body. Therefore, even if some kind of body cultivation technique were to appear, Lu Feng would not give up on cultivating other cultivation techniques. If it was a combat technique cultivation technique, Lu Feng would at most use it as a reference, and it would not be very useful to him. This was because Lu Feng had made a crazy decision in his heart. This decision had followed him through 9 lifetimes, and after his incomparably firm willpower, it had not wavered in the slightest. He, Lu Feng, also wanted to create an invincible cultivation technique. Although it was still early, he had the noblest bloodline in the universe, the Great Devil True Body and the primordial scripture. He was confident that in the future, he would reach the supreme peak. At that time, relying on the cultivation techniques of other experts would not be able to take that final step. Therefore, Lu Feng did not intend to spend countless hours to cultivate a combat technique cultivation technique, even if it was a pinnacle supreme cultivation technique. It was also because of these reasons that Lu Feng did not have the crazy joy of ordinary people when he obtained a possible supreme cultivation technique. Forget it. Obtaining it is a kind of luck. I can't cultivate it, but I can use it as a reference to perfect my soul supremacy. After all, with such a cultivation technique, my soul supremacy's future evolution path will be much smoother. Thinking of this, Lu Feng smiled. He looked at the crystal in his hand for a while, then got up and closed all the doors in the room and finally returned to his original position. The next moment, Lu Feng's eyes were completely focused on the crystal in front of him. Gradually, his mind power began to burst forth, and all of it gathered toward the crystal. At this moment, all the light in Lu Feng's eyes disappeared. His eyes were dull, as if he was in a daze. This state lasted for a very long time. When Lu Feng recovered, it was already more than 10 hours later. The moment he woke up, Lu Feng's eyes were filled with an indescribable ecstasy. It was an indescribable color that could not be concealed. It's actually this. How could there be such a thing? Didn't the legend say that with the end of that era, all the complete chapters had completely disappeared and were completely annihilated? But why is there such a complete existence here? Lu Feng forced himself to calm down, but it was futile. At this moment, his heart was beating too fast, to the point where it could not be suppressed. The next moment, Lu Feng stood up and paced back and forth for a long time before he finally calmed himself down. But even so, Lu Feng was still very excited. No wonder it was placed there. Before this, I was still wondering where the ancient Feng civilization got their hands on a sovereign-level cultivation method. Now it seems that they only have that one. This thing is really too precious. It's almost equivalent to the condensation of an era's civilization. It's an era. Even compared to the peak supremacy cultivation technique, it's much more precious. In his mind, the information he got from the crystal was still rolling around, and those things still made Lu Feng very excited. From the crystal, Lu Feng had indeed obtained a cultivation method. However, this cultivation method was not a cultivation method. To be precise, this was a kind of auxiliary cultivation technique, and it could not even be considered a cultivation technique. Its name was Pill Scripture. As the name implied, this cultivation technique had only one use, and that was to refine pills. In today's civilization, almost all of the medicinal pills that humans had were found in ancient ruins. Of course, just the pills in the ruins could not satisfy the needs of humans. And this was what led to the emergence of potions. The emergence of potions naturally caused the status of psychics to skyrocket. In terms of nobility, no one in the entire Federation could compare. Chapter 72. The reason psychic masters were able to achieve such a status was because some of them had mastered some of the ancient alchemy techniques. They could achieve a perfect coordination in the medicine they concocted, which was something that technology couldn't achieve. This made the effects of the medicine even more heaven-defying. Of course, psychic masters who could achieve this were extremely rare. However, this wasn't the most precious thing. According to the legends, there were some extremely terrifying god masters and sage masters who could actually refine elixirs. The elixirs they refined might not be as good as the ones produced in ancient times. However, they were already real elixirs. What these people relied on was not only their frightening talent, but even more so, their alchemy skills. Unfortunately, the alchemy techniques obtained by the Federation were all incomplete. Even if they were more complete, they only recorded some low-level cultivation techniques. Therefore, the elixirs that were truly at the legendary level and above in the Federation were basically produced in ancient ruins. However, things were different now. Although he didn't completely understand it, Lu Feng understood how terrifying the technique in his hands was. During these 10 hours of inheritance, Lu Feng had already browsed through the entire contents of the Pill Sutra, except for a few forbidden chapters. Based on what he knew, Lu Feng believed that this would be the most complete alchemy technique in history. It was even possible that this would be the most complete and precious alchemy chapter of the era of alchemy. No matter what, the value of this thing is really too great. As long as I can comprehend the technique in it, then my future. Lu Feng's eyes shone with boundless light. Indeed, this thing was too precious. He was afraid that even divine elixirs couldn't compare to it. Of course, he wasn't completely stunned by this sudden surprise. After all, Lu Feng also understood that whether or not he could comprehend the Pill Sutra was still uncertain. It seems like I have to speed up my cultivation. According to the Pill Sutra, I have to wait until my mind power has solidified before I can practice alchemy. In that case, I have to cultivate to the level of a great psychic master as soon as possible. For the first time, Lu Feng was looking forward to the cultivation of a psychic master. He knew that as long as he could truly comprehend the contents of the Pill Scripture, then his future would be incomparably terrifying. At that time, his status alone would be countless times more honorable than anyone else's. Standing in the private room, Lu Feng looked at the boundless galaxy outside the ship. His heart was gradually beating faster and faster. On the 5th day, the spaceship finally returned to the Cymbidium. The place where they landed was the city that Lu Feng had left. After getting off the ship, Lu Feng didn't stop. He ran straight to the parking lot, found his hover car, and flew back home. This time, Lu Feng was really anxious. Other than wanting to know more about his current situation, the biggest reason was the school. Lu Feng did a quick calculation. It had been more than 100 days since the Federal University opened. In that case, more than half of the first semester of his first year of university life had already passed. Therefore, Lu Feng was thinking more about hurrying to the Federal University in the central city to register. Soon, Lu Feng returned home. Looking at the exact same place as when he left, Lu Feng knew that his parents hadn't come back. After hesitating for a while, Lu Feng finally dragged his suitcase back to his room. Putting down his suitcase, Lu Feng took out a measuring instrument from his closet and immediately began the test. With a ding sound, Lu Feng looked at the instrument's display. On it, a number was clearly written, 42. 17 foot, 42. 17 stars. As expected, Lu Feng let out a deep breath. It was just as he thought. He had really become an intermediate warrior, and an intermediate one at that. 42, 17. As long as his strength increased by 18 stars, he would be able to take a step forward and become an advanced intermediate warrior. Of course, all of this was within Lu Feng's expectations. He was testing it now just to verify the specifics. Now, what Lu Feng really wanted to test was the increase in his physical strength. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng suddenly struck a peerless blow at the place where there were countless fist marks. At this moment, the whole air produced a sticky feeling. causing a chaotic scene to appear in the room. Lu Feng didn't use any martial arts, only his physical strength, but he was able to create such a scene, which was really shocking. In an instant, Lu Feng looked at the display, and a number appeared on it, which made Lu Feng take a breath of cold air, his eyes flashing with a look of surprise and shock. 261. 1. It's actually 261 stars. It's more than 6 times my physical strength. So, after the bloodline awakening, the extent of my physical strength has actually increased by 2 times? 2 times the increase may not be too shocking, but 2 times the physical strength increase is really a bit shocking. After all, the physical strength increase is a basic increase. If it was a battle between 2 peerless geniuses, they were all of the same strength, and the comprehension of martial arts was the same, the limit being 10 times. However, one side's physical strength was 2 times more than the other's. Then, the difference between their actual combat strength increase was 20 times. With a difference of 20 times, multiplied by the terrifying base, the power that could be unleashed was absolutely shocking. I didn't expect my physical strength to have such a terrifying increase. Sure enough, the existence of the descendants of God makes those geniuses much better than ordinary people at the beginning. But it's a pity that I've only just awakened my bloodline, and most of the power is still integrated in my body. I can only wait for the future to further explore the treasures in my body. Lu Feng knew that those geniuses of God's bloodline might not be as terrifying as his at the beginning of their awakening. After all, before he awakened his bloodline, he had condensed the primitive body in his mind space. It was also because of the existence of the primitive body that his physical strength had increased by 6 times when he had just awakened his bloodline. Previously, when I saw child Luo's physical strength increase, it was definitely more than 7 times. He has already reached the pinnacle of the realm of warriors, and he's only one step away from completely transforming and becoming a deity. At that time, it will be the moment when the bloodline of his physical body is completely awakened. According to this estimation, once his bloodline is awakened, it will provide him with at least an 8 times increase in physical strength. What a terrifying bloodline. I just don't know that his bloodline is inherited from the peerless divine king of the universe. Previously, when child Luo performed the supreme technique, the power that erupted was too shocking. In order to bear such a huge power, his physical body must be extremely terrifying. At least, Lu Feng vaguely felt that child Luo's physical strength at that time was stronger than his current physical strength. He should have reached the limit of 7 times. According to ancient legends, the physical strength limit was a 10-fold increase. No matter what bloodline one had, no matter what divine object or holy object one used, the physical strength limit was a 10-fold increase. Of course, there were also existences who broke this shackle and allowed their physical strength to reach a shocking 11 times increase. However, those who could do this were undoubtedly the most powerful existences in the entire universe. They had another name, and that was the peerless divine king of the universe. An 11 times increase in physical strength was an absolute forbidden zone that only the divine king could enter. Therefore, 11 times was also called the forbidden zone of the supreme. He put away all the instruments. Lu Feng looked at the suitcase in front of him, and his heart was burning with passion. He knew that his hope of being able to quickly break through all depended on these elixirs. With the existence of the Primordial Sutra, as long as I comprehend enough, I can definitely improve quickly. When I become a spiritual master, I could try to see if I could become a real alchemist. He opened the suitcase and took out 40 elixirs. Lu Feng carefully put the remaining elixirs away. Lu Feng knew that he didn't need so many elixirs at the moment. Therefore, he would use them the next time he came back. After packing everything, Lu Feng looked at the time and realized that half a day had passed since he arrived home. He opened the Sky Network and looked at the location of the central city of the Cymbidium. Lu Feng calculated a little and finally nodded gently. There's no one at home anyway, and it's been a long time since school started. I don't want to waste any more time. During the time on the spaceship, Lu Feng didn't feel very tired, so he didn't intend to rest. After preparing hastily, Lu Feng directly walked out of the door. After locking onto the villa again, he drove his hover car toward the central city. Originally, Lu Feng didn't intend to be so ostentatious. After all, his standard of living had improved. However, as a first-year university student, it was still very rare for him to drive a sports car worth more than 600,000 yuan. However, Lu Feng still drove it. The main reason was that Lu Feng was afraid of trouble. If he took the special intercity express, not only did he have to buy a ticket and wait, but he also had to feel crowded. The time taken to get there would far exceed the time it took to drive there. This was also something that Lu Feng didn't want to come into contact with. Therefore, he directly drove his sports car and left. The central city was called Honglan City. Honglan City wasn't close to the city that Lu Feng lived in, but it wasn't far either. Lu Feng raised the speed to 800 yuan and spent nearly 5 hours before he finally arrived. When he saw the city, Lu Feng slowed down. Following the guidance on the Sky Network, Lu Feng easily found the location of the Federal University. In fact, even without the Sky Network, Lu Feng believed that he could still find the Federal University. Because in this city, as long as he flew to the sky, he could easily find the location of the Federal University. Chapter 73. In Honglan City, there were 4 tallest buildings. They were the Psychic Hall, the Warrior Hall, the Government Office Building, and the main teaching building of the Federal University. Therefore, even without the instructions on the Heavenly Network, Lu Feng believed that he could find it quickly. After another 20 minutes, Lu Feng finally arrived at the entrance of the Federal University. Looking at the towering door, Lu Feng's eyes revealed a trace of a strange emotion. He had to admit that the main entrance of the Federal University was too shocking. Lu Feng had seen many buildings since he was young, but among the buildings that existed in reality, the entrance of the Federal University was definitely one of the most majestic. Just the height of the door was over 30 meters, and the width was a shocking 100 meters. With such a huge door, there would be no problem for thousands of people to enter and exit at the same time. Lu Feng took a deep breath. He knew that in the future, he would have to spend a long time studying here. Lu Feng reignited the engine and was about to drive into the university. "Wait, you. I'm talking about you. The person who drives the sports car." Just as he started walking, he was stopped by a voice that called out to him before he could even walk 10 meters. Looking at the guards walking in front of him, Lu Feng revealed a confused expression. Lu Feng opened the car door and walked out. When he saw the guards had already walked to his side, Lu Feng revealed a smile. "Gentlemen, what's the matter?" Being stopped for no reason, Lu Feng was also very confused. But he also knew that this was the Federal University, and these people were the guards of the Federal University. It was better not to offend these people. Outsiders are not allowed to drive in the university. If you want to visit, then please park your car on the side. There are special sightseeing cars in the university. Hearing this, Lu Feng's smile revealed a hint of understanding. It seemed that these people treated him as an outsider. "Gentlemen, I'm a student of the Federal University. I'm not an outsider." The few of them sized up Lu Feng, scanned him, and took out a device to scan Lu Feng's car. After everything was done, they looked at each other, but their expressions were not as good as before. "You're from the university. Why isn't your car registered?" The cars of the students and teachers in the school were all recorded. "Also, you don't seem to exist in the university's records." Lu Feng was a bit embarrassed. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak again. "Actually, I'm a new student." Before Lu Feng finished speaking, a person who looked like a captain waved his hand. "New student? New students start in September, and it's almost December. Who are you trying to fool? Don't tell me you're new here." Listening to the confident tone, Lu Feng said Lu Feng's indeed. There was no student like him who only came to report 3 or 4 months after school started. Lu Feng did not speak, and the guard also looked at Lu Feng strangely. After a while, Lu Feng seemed to have thought of something and finally smiled again. "Oh right, I have a university's admission notice on me. Previously, due to some reasons, I didn't return to the Cymbidium, which led me to report here. As he spoke, Lu Feng pulled up the admission notice information from the Federal University on the Sky Network. The captain walked in front of Lu Feng, and looked at the information on Lu Feng's Sky Network's display with a suspicious gaze. After a while, a strange look appeared on his face. Is what you said true? His tone was much better than before, but there was still a trace of doubt in his words. At first glance, he knew that Lu Feng was not a fake. This was because the information on the Sky Network was almost never wrong. And Lu Feng's admission notice was indeed issued by the Cymbidium branch of the Federal University. If that was the case, he might have believed it. But when he saw the specific content of Lu Feng's Sky Network's notice, he could not help but be suspicious. This was because Lu Feng's Sky Network's notice stated that he was a specially enrolled student. Moreover, he was a specially enrolled student who was a psychic. What kind of person was a psychic? It was an existence that only appeared in 1 out of 100,000 people. Most of the psychics in the Federal University this year were discovered and nurtured by the Federal University in advance. They had already been recorded. And now, a specially enrolled student had appeared out of nowhere. This was really a little strange. He saw that the captain seemed to have believed most of it. Lu Feng's Sky Network heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the captain would not give him a chance to explain and would send him away directly. If that happened, Lu Feng's Sky Network would really want to cry. Captain, you can directly contact the university to confirm my identity. This way, I believe there won't be any problems. This was the best way, and the captain obviously thought so too. By the time Lu Feng's Sky Network finished speaking, he had already turned on the Sky Network's communication device and directly contacted the university. Soon, there was a response from the other side. Although he did not know what was said, Lu Feng's Sky Network could tell from the captain's instantaneous change in attitude that the university had probably confirmed his identity. Student, you should know that in order to ensure the safety of the university, we sometimes have to conduct strict checks. If I have offended you in any way just now, then I would like to apologize first. Looking at the captain's expression, Lu Feng's Sky Network did not have much to say. The problem was not the other parties in the first place, so he responded with a smile on his face. The two of them spoke politely just like that, and the guards who came with the captain at the side were slightly dumbfounded. They looked at their captain with a puzzled expression, because this was the first time these people had seen their captain like this. Not to mention that they were not in the wrong. Even if they were in the wrong, according to their captain's personality, he would not say such polite words to admit his mistake. But today, his actions had subverted the captain's image in their hearts. However, such doubts and subversion did not last long before they completely understood the reason for the captain's great change in image. Inside the university gate, a few people were quickly walking towards the gate. If they were just ordinary people, perhaps they would not care. After all, there were at least tens of thousands of people coming in and out of the university every day. But these people were different because these people were all leaders. They were the true leaders of the university. The guards also knew the person in the front. He was the dean of this level of teaching, and he was in charge of 130,000 students in this level. Of course, the real reason why these people remembered this dean was not just because of his identity as the dean. More importantly, it was his strength. This dean was a martial artist. According to the university's official introduction, he was even a beginner martial artist in the Great Transformation period. A martial artist. That was a truly high and mighty existence. Not to mention that he was a martial artist in the Great Transformation period. With such an identity, he would be considered a person of power in any institution. As for him, he was just a small teaching director here. Naturally, this was remembered by everyone. Dean 1, why did you come in person, seeing this dean coming? The guards instantly forgot about their captain and hurriedly ran over to greet him. Seeing these people, Dean 1 just nodded gently and revealed a kind smile. However, everyone could see clearly that the only person in Dean 1's eyes was Lu Feng. Seeing such a situation, these guards naturally wouldn't be annoying anymore. They hurriedly made way for Dean 1 to pass. Soon, Dean Juan came in front of Lu Feng. As he looked at Lu Feng quietly, a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Amidst this doubt, there was even a trace of shock. He cleared his throat and asked Lu Feng, "Are you Lu Feng?" In fact, this was just a casual question, because Lu Feng believed that Dean Juan must have confirmed his identity before coming to see him. Lu Feng nodded gently and greeted him politely. At this moment, Dean Juan's face finally bloomed with a slightly bright smile. "It's been nearly 3 months since the start of the semester, and you're only reporting now. I thought you wouldn't come." In fact, Dean Juan's worries were not unnecessary. Naturally, he had heard the reports of Lu Feng's performance from the teachers below. In the Federation, although their Federation Academy was the most famous, it was not the only one. In addition to them, the Government Academy and the Capital Academy were institutions of higher learning that were not inferior to them in the slightest. If it were not for the existence of the rules of their respective schools, their reputation in the Federation would not be inferior to the Federal University in the slightest. An outstanding genius like Lu Feng would probably be coveted even by those two universities. Therefore, a month after the start of the semester, Lu Feng still had not reported. They thought that Lu Feng had been poached by one of those two universities. Dean Juan was disappointed for a while. Now that he saw Lu Feng actually appear, how could he not be surprised? Therefore, he did not have any scruples and directly ran over to confirm Lu Feng's identity. Comparing Lu Feng's appearance to his impression, Dean Juan was finally completely certain. "It's fine if you're late. After all, who doesn't have problems? Lu Feng, come in with me. I'll accompany you to apply for the relevant school documents in a while." After saying this, he pulled Lu Feng inside. Lu Feng originally wanted to drive himself, but when he saw Dean Juan's expression, he was too embarrassed to say anything. He could only leave the car at the entrance and follow Dean Juan into the campus and get into his hover car. Looking at Lu Feng's departing figure, the surrounding guards surrounded him. They looked at each other in dismay before finally looking at the captain. Seeing this scene, the captain only shook his head. "I only know that he's a specially recruited psychic. But even if he's a specially recruited psychic, he shouldn't be able to trouble the new dean. After all, he's a warrior who came with a new principle." Chapter 74. Sitting on the hover car, Dean Juan looked at Lu Feng. He wanted to say something several times, but in the end, he held himself back. Lu Feng wasn't in a hurry either, although he only looked like a 17-year-old boy. But in the illusion, he had lived for 9 lifetimes. 9 lifetimes. Although they were all illusions, Lu Feng felt that he had really experienced them. Therefore, at this moment, he was much calmer than the martial artist-level dean in front of him. Seeing that they were about to reach the towering main teaching building, Dean Juan finally stopped hesitating. He looked at Lu Feng and said, "Lu Feng, do you know why I personally came to welcome you?" Hearing Dean Juan finally speak, Lu Feng remained silent. In fact, he had already guessed it. After all, it wasn't difficult for Lu Feng to guess all this. It was true that he was a psychic on the notice, but he was only a psychic. He didn't need a dean to personally come out and greet him. What Lu Feng was really worthy of their attention was his talent as a martial artist. He could imagine the terrifying comprehension he had shown at that time. This was definitely a starry sky level genius. And such a genius, he believed that the Cymbidium Federal University couldn't take him lightly. Seeing Lu Feng's silence, Dean Juan sighed deeply. "Your talent as a warrior could be said to be unparalleled. I don't understand why you have to choose psychic. When I saw you just now, you should have already become a mid-level warrior. In just one holiday, you went from a beginner warrior to a mid-level warrior. I think your true talent is not worse than your comprehension." Hearing this, Lu Feng didn't deny it. He knew that it was extremely easy for a warrior in the upheaval period to see through his details. Seeing Lu Feng's appearance, Dean Juan knew that he had tacitly agreed. At this moment, Dean Juan's eyes flashed again. Previously, when he saw Lu Feng, he felt the vigorous power in Lu Feng's body. Such power was definitely not something a junior warrior should have. But in the report that his subordinates had given him, Lu Feng was only a primary warrior, and a primary warrior at that. Director One knew that his subordinates would never lie to him. Therefore, there could only be one result, and that was that Lu Feng had raised his level from beginner stage to intermediate stage in just a short period of time during the holidays and the start of school. In half a year, he had crossed an entire level. They also knew about Lu Feng's family. Although they were wealthy in the eyes of ordinary people, in their eyes, this was just SOSO. It was impossible for such a family to give Lu Feng the resources that only large families had. Therefore, Lu Feng was able to become an intermediate warrior because of his own aptitude. And this kind of aptitude was definitely only possessed by a starry sky level genius. In addition to Lu Feng's previous battle will and his frightening comprehension, perhaps Lu Feng's true level should be a starry sky level peerless genius, or directly a galaxy level genius. A galaxy level genius, such an existence, even if placed in the Federal University General Hospital, would be ranked at the top of a class. And now, he had appeared in a small cymbidium. How could Dean Wan and the others, who were eager to prove themselves, let go of this opportunity? After thinking for a moment, Dean Wan spoke again. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can be sure of one thing. As long as you choose to be a warrior, then in the future, you can at least reach or even surpass me. Moreover, if you can have an even more amazing performance in the next year, I can ask the dean for a place this time. When you go there, you will definitely receive the most systematic help. In the future, you may even have the qualifications to become a god. The qualifications to become a god. Needless to say, just having the hope to become a god and having the qualifications to become a god was the supreme glory, the glory of immortality. Since ancient times, there had been many creatures with peerless talents, but how many of them had the qualifications to become a god? If it had been in the past, perhaps Lu Feng would have really agreed. After all, the word God was too tempting. But now it was completely different. God? This was no longer Lu Feng's endpoint. In fact, Lu Feng felt that the gods were just a big obstacle for him. After awakening the power of the bloodline of the most terrifying king since ancient times, he was destined to become a god in the future. And with the mysterious Futu, the existence of the great demon true body and the primordial scripture, Lu Feng knew that he had the possibility of becoming a god in this life. Therefore, just the qualifications to become a god were not enough to make Lu Feng waver in the slightest. I understand what you're thinking, but I won't regret my own choice. Since I have chosen to become a telekinesis master, I will follow this path to the end. Hearing Lu Feng's resolute words, Director Wan sighed deeply. He also knew that persuasion alone would not work. Therefore, Director Wan did not say anything. However, his eyes flickered, indicating that he was still thinking of other ways. Seeing this, Lu Feng did not say anything. He just looked ahead quietly. He now had a firm reason to become a telekinesis master. As long as he could become a telekinesis master as soon as possible, he would be qualified to study the elixir scripture. If he could really comprehend the contents of the elixir scripture, then he would gain endless benefits. Such benefits would be immeasurable for his future development. It might even become his greatest strength in breaking through to the supreme throne. Therefore, Lu Feng was firm in his determination. He would not waver in the slightest. Finally, just as he was about to get out of the car, Director Wan seemed to have thought of something. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face, but he finally spoke. Actually, Lu Feng, I have another way. As if he had thought of something, a determined look flashed in his eyes. Director Wan did not hesitate and told him everything thoroughly. As the director of teaching of this level, I have a lot of rights. I can let you enter the telekinesis department in the school, and you will also have the treatment that all the students in the warrior department have. When you're studying, you can allocate half of your time to the study of the warrior department. I don't know if this is okay. Hearing this, Lu Feng was stunned. After thinking for a few moments, Lu Feng raised his head and looked at Director Wan quietly. Why? Looking at Lu Feng's eyes, Director Wan was slightly stunned. At this moment, he looked at Lu Feng's eyes with a slightly stagnant feeling. However, after a while, this feeling disappeared. He just laughed at himself because he knew that this was a child in front of him. How could a child have an aura that could make him feel oppressed? He did not get out of the car immediately. Instead, he hesitated for a moment. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind about something. Director One slowly opened his mouth. Actually, under normal circumstances, I would not compromise and give you such special treatment. However, at this time, I have no choice. You should know that the principal and I, along with many other teachers, have only come to the Cymbidium this year. We used to be teachers in the Federal University's Capital Administrative Star General Institute. For some reason, we left the school and came here with the principal to prove ourselves to the people in the Federal University. However, it's a pity that the Cymbidium is only a third-level life planet. It can't be compared to the Capital Administrative Star at all, and the ratio and number of geniuses are far inferior. At this time, you appeared. Although you are much worse than the real geniuses in the Capital Administrative Star, in the surrounding planets, you are still very rare. However, in these surrounding galaxies, you're already very rare. You are one of our hopes to prove ourselves. It is precisely because of this that I am willing to take a step back. After all, you are different from the geniuses who came here with a purpose. After a year, no matter what the result is, they will eventually leave here. Even if they achieve great results, in the eyes of the Federal University's General Institute, it will not be due to me. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded slightly. He was also someone who had seen real geniuses and naturally understood the gap between him and those geniuses. On Gufong Planet, those geniuses were worthy of being called peerless geniuses. Almost all of them were at the Federation level. They were not much older than Lu Fenglai. However, there was a world of difference in strength. Among the 20 or so geniuses that Lu Feng had seen, it seemed that the weakest among them was a warrior at the upheaval stage. Young Master Luo, who was known as one of the younger generation's geniuses, had already reached the pinnacle of a warrior. There is no doubt that he would become a god. Compared to these geniuses, even if he had not awakened his bloodline power, he still had to look up to them. Therefore, it was reasonable for Director Wan to have such thoughts. Looking at Lu Feng's appearance, Director Wan was silent. He just quietly looked at Lu Feng. In the next moment, Lu Feng smiled slightly. At this moment, there was no need to say anything. A hint of joy flashed across Director Wan's eyes. Then, from today onwards, I will prepare some special certificates for you. You can enter any training ground, data room, library, or even technique pavilion that can be entered by the warrior department. I don't ask for too much. I just hope that you will not forget about warrior training. In a year, it will be the Federal University General Institute's admission examination. At that time, I hope that you can rely on your own strength to enter the Federal University General Institute. Chapter 75. After saying this, Director One had already walked out of the car. Although Lu Feng still had some things he didn't understand, he didn't ask too much. These things could be asked later. He didn't need to ask in detail. After all, the person in front of him was a real martial artist, not Lu Feng's nanny. Regarding Director Wan's proposal, Lu Feng didn't have any resistance. On the contrary, he was very happy. The training places that warriors needed were no big deal to Lu Fenglai. Perhaps in the next few years, Lu Feng wouldn't go there even once. However, there was a place that Lu Feng had to go. This place was the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. As the name implied, there were many beginner, intermediate, and even advanced cultivation techniques in the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. Those beginner cultivation techniques were open to students, and intermediate cultivation techniques were only allowed to view those who had a certain amount of contribution or outstanding results. Lu Feng's current authority allowed him to view intermediate cultivation techniques. Of course, if he showed a certain amount of outstanding talent, it wouldn't be a big deal to be directly authorized to learn advanced cultivation techniques. But now, Lu Feng's limit was intermediate cultivation techniques. For him, intermediate cultivation techniques were enough. Now, he had become an intermediate warrior, but his own cultivation technique alone was still a beginner cultivation technique. Smelting more than 70 types of combat skill essences, this was already incomparably heaven-defying among beginner cultivation techniques. But for Lu Fenglai, who was an intermediate warrior, it was still far from enough. What he needed were intermediate cultivation techniques, martial skill essences, more than 70 types of combat skill essences. As long as Lu Feng was willing, then he could already condense 3 types of the most common martial skill essences. After all, whether it was 20 types of combat skill essences or 100 types of combat skill essences, the degree of enhancement was the same. But Lu Feng's ambition was too big. In his heart, Zundu was the true, peerless martial skill, the strongest martial skill that belonged to him. One day, he would evolve his martial skill into the pinnacle of countless martial skills, becoming a peerless martial skill that truly lived up to its name. In order to achieve this goal, what Lu Feng needed was for Zun to advance to the next level in perfect condition. Therefore, it could have become an intermediate cultivation method that could increase one's strength by 3 times. However, Lu Feng had yet to condense. Instead, he chose to remain dormant, hoping that he would be able to condense the essence of 10 perfect martial arts techniques before Zundu became a high-level martial arts technique. It was also for this reason that the existence of the Cultivation Technique Pavilion was indispensable. With the terrifying power of Shun Yuan after his bloodline was stimulated, and with his unparalleled power of understanding, Lu Feng could completely comprehend the essence of battle techniques he needed from the mid-level techniques in the Technique Pavilion. He could even comprehend the perfect essence of battle techniques so that his only honored one could continue to be perfect. Under the company of Director Wan, the procedures were handled very smoothly. However, there was a small accident when they were applying for the psychic assessment. The staff wanted to test Lu Feng's spiritual power level and development level. However, considering that the test would take too long, Director Wan directly asked Lu Feng to sign up for it himself. Lu Feng did not hesitate to sign up for it. On the spiritual power level, he directly filled in the 1 condensation. As for the development level, Lu Feng did not look at any instructions and directly filled in the 2. For that he had previously tested. After that, Lu Feng left with Director Wan and went to other places to handle the warrior-related procedures. Looking at the information in his hands, the staff was slightly shocked, but quickly returned to normal. Beginner Psychic, Spiritual Development Level 2. For this is actually a genius with a talent development level as high as 1. 2. No wonder Director Wan personally brought him here. Looks like he's another genius young master from some family. Shaking his head gently, the staff finally carefully placed Lu Feng's information in the cupboard and sealed it. Everything was handled very smoothly. After everything was completed, Director Wan did not accompany Lu Fenglai to wander around. He was the dean, so he had a lot of things to do. If it had not been for Lu Feng's talent that gave them hope, he would not have condescended to help a student with these things. The school cards of Lu Feng's school were returned to the main entrance. His car was still parked there, so Lu Feng had no choice but to return. When they saw Lu Feng return, the guards smiled kindly. Although they did not know Lu Feng's specific identity, they could not afford to offend someone who could make the powerful and legendary dean of the martial arts dean personally appear. Lu Feng drove into the campus amidst the greetings. Everything was unusually smooth because of Director Wan, and Lu Feng did not have anything to worry about. What he needed to do now was to find the dormitory that he would be staying in for a period of time. Building 97, Building 97. Looking at the tall dormitory buildings that flew past him, Lu Feng kept searching for the one he was looking for. The place where he would live from now on was Building 97. After a while, Lu Feng finally arrived at his destination. After finding a parking space next to the dormitory building, Lu Feng finally arrived at the dormitory building with the relevant documents. Hello. I would like to go through the relevant check-in procedures. Lu Feng walked to where the dormitory administrator was, took out the relevant documents, and spoke politely. The administrator took Lu Feng's documents and glanced at them, but after a while, he was slightly stunned. You didn't transfer to a dormitory, But you just reported today? Looking at the confused eyes, Lu Feng shrugged helplessly. The meaning was self-evident. Lu Feng also knew about the administrator's doubts. After all, to be admitted to the Federal University, who didn't come early, even if they were late for some reason, it would only be a few days at most. Nobody was like Lu Feng, who was late for nearly 4 months at time. Seeing Lu Feng's appearance, the administrator smiled and helped Lu Feng complete all the relevant documents. Okay, because you came late, there are no more rooms on the lower floors. You are in room 1577 on the 15th floor. You can go up directly. After receiving the documents, Lu Feng said thank you and walked toward the stairway. Although it's the Federal University, other places would at most have elevators, but here, even the dormitory building is a stairway. The cradle of the Federation's culture really isn't for show. There was no sense of discomfort. After 10 seconds, the stairway stopped. Lu Feng knew that he had reached the 15th floor. Walking out of the stairway, Lu Feng looked at the luxury suite-like doors in front of him, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Although he knew that he didn't come here to enjoy, who wouldn't be happy to have such a comfortable environment? According to the room number, Lu Feng began to look at it one by one. After walking through a few corridors, Lu Feng finally saw his room number. 1577. Looks like it's here. The room number in front of him clearly said 1577. Lu Feng understood that this would be the place where he would need to live in the future. After hesitating for a moment and looking at the key in his hand, Lu Feng didn't open the door directly. Instead, he chose to knock on the door. Not long after, a voice came from the room. "Who is it?" Lu Feng cleared his throat and replied, "I'm a new roommate here. Can you please open the door?" Hearing Lu Feng's words, there was a burst of hurried footsteps in the room. At the same time, another voice sounded, coming soon." The moment the voice fell, the door was opened. "You're the new roommate." "Hello. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qi Yunqing, and his name is Su Wenchao." Lu Feng could tell that the person who spoke was the person who had spoken first. Looking at the two people in front of him, Lu Feng showed a kind smile. He introduced himself. "My name is Lu Feng." The two people looked at Lu Feng and showed a friendly smile. The next moment, Su Wenchao stepped aside, and Qi Yunqing directly reached out to help Lu Feng pick up the things. "Come in. There are no outsiders in our room, 1577. Now it's just me and Yunqing. Including you, it's only 3. While talking, Lu Feng had already been welcomed into the dormitory. Being pulled by Su Wenchao, Lu Feng's face always had a smile. This smile was not the kind of fake polite smile, but a real smile. To be honest, there were 2 reasons why Lu Feng felt happy. One was that Lu Feng was happy. The current him was no longer who he used to be. After experiencing the illusion of 9 lives, although Lu Feng's research on human nature could not be said to have reached the peak, it was no longer comparable to the past. He could clearly see that the 2 people in front of him welcomed him from the bottom of their hearts. They were not in disguise. For Lu Feng, who had rarely been a child, this was naturally something that made him happy. As for the second reason, he really wanted to laugh. This was because his 2 roommates were really too hilarious. Qi Yunqing was a bit better. He looked like an honest person, but his skin color was a bit too exaggerated. Dark, it was too dark. Lu Feng believed that if it was dark, it would be really difficult for ordinary people to find Qi Yunqing in the dark. After taking another look, Lu Feng was even more certain. It was difficult. Yes, it was very difficult. In fact, compared to Su Wenchao, although Qi Yunqing was dark, he was much better. After all, his skin color was a bit strange. But Su Wenchao was different. Although his skin color was normal, although his appearance was normal, and there was no special feeling at first glance. However, the prerequisite for this was that they couldn't look into his eyes. Lu Feng looked at the pair of eyes that kept sweeping back and forth. He did not know why, but 2 words suddenly appeared in his heart. Wretched. From Lu Feng's point of view, this pair of eyes simply appeared to interpret the word wretched. Chapter 76. As he walked into the dormitory, Lu Feng finally understood what it meant to be luxurious. The layout of the dormitory was nothing like what Lu Feng had imagined. In many videos about university life, although the average university dormitory wasn't simple, there was one thing that stood out. It was crowded. But here, Lu Feng glanced around and shook his head slightly. The word crowded couldn't be used here at all. After looking around, Lu Feng realized that the area of their dormitory was at least 50 square meters. The layout was even more luxurious. Although it couldn't be compared to his own home, it was still many times better than the homes of ordinary people. After all, Lu Feng lived in a villa. Su Wenchao pulled Lu Feng Lai to the center of the dormitory. He got a chair from somewhere and placed it under Lu Feng's, but Lu Feng, right? You must be a genius to be able to come to dormitory 97. Looking at your body shape, are you a warrior like Qi Yunqing? In terms of appearance, Lu Feng's body shape was indeed a bit like a warrior's because he had been training for a long time. Although he wasn't as burly as Qi Yunqing, compared to ordinary people, Lu Feng was obviously much stronger. When he heard Su Wenchao's words, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Originally, he thought that after being assigned to this dormitory, everyone in it should be from the psychic department. However, after listening to Su Wenchao's words, it seemed that there were also people from the warrior department. However, Lu Feng didn't ask anything now. He just shook his head. I'm from the psychic department. Something happened a while ago, and I haven't been back. Today, I just returned to the Symbidium and came here to report. When they heard this, Su Wenchao and Qi Yunqing didn't say anything. They walked around Lu Feng a few times, as if they wanted to study him. After a while, the two of them sat down again. However, there was still a doubtful look in his eyes. Qi Yunqing clicked his tongue twice before he said, "To be honest, Lu Feng, you don't look like a psychic at all. This figure is definitely the most perfect figure among the warriors." Lu Feng also understood what Qi Yunqing meant. Although warriors train their bodies, it didn't mean that the more majestic the body, the more powerful it would be. On the contrary, the most perfect physical body was actually just a little more muscular. They looked no different from normal people. However, this was only on the surface. This was because those perfect bodies had already fused the power of the physical body with the physical body. The power contained in each muscle was extremely terrifying. Lu Feng's body looked like one of those perfectly proportioned bodies. Of course, Qi Yunqing didn't know that Lu Feng's body was truly perfect. Back then, after he refined the primordial flame, he was already close to perfection. After the bloodline awakening, Lu Feng was almost impeccable. My name is Qi Yunqing. I'm from this year's Warrior Class 3. Hello. For the first time, Qi Yunqing reached out his hand. Lu Feng didn't hesitate and shook it directly. The two of them shook slightly and smiled at each other. At this time, Su Wenchao also didn't have the same mischievous smile as before. He also reached out his hand. Psychic Faculty Class 1, Lu Feng. We'll be classmates from now on. Please take care of me. Similarly, Lu Feng also shook the same arm. The three of them laughed, and an indescribable feeling was inadvertently born. By the way, Lu Feng, what's your mind power now? Psychics who can come to Dormitory 97 have already become beginner psychics. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to come in at all. After everything was sorted out, the three of them discussed and celebrated Lu Feng's arrival. Naturally, Lu Feng wouldn't refuse. Just like that, the three of them went to a private room in the school's largest restaurant in the evening. As the communication continued to deepen, the unfamiliarity between the three of them at the beginning almost disappeared. Perhaps it was because they understood that they would be living together for a period of time in the future, so the three of them told each other about their family situation. Lu Feng didn't say what his parents did specifically. He only said that they worked at BUCC. If ordinary people heard this, they would probably be amazed by the identity of Lu Feng's parents. After all, BUCC was a real intergalactic consortium. Being able to work in it was undoubtedly very prestigious. However, this was nothing to the two of them. From the information they revealed, Lu Feng knew the identity of the two of them. Qi Yunqing was from the Yuan River planet, and Su Wenchao was from the Qingming planet. Although they were all in the same galaxy, the two of them were not local residents of the Symbidium. Of course, this wasn't what surprised Lu Feng the most. After all, it was very normal to go to school on another planet. What really surprised Lu Feng was the identity of the two of them. Whether it was Qi Yunxing or Su Wenchao, their identities were not simple. Qi Yunxing was the young master of the Yuan River planet's Qi family. Su Wenchao was the descendant of the Qingming planet's Su family. Whether it was the Qi family or the Su family, although they were not considered well-known families in the entire Federation, they were already considered giants in their galaxy. Lu Feng didn't expect that these two prominent family descendants would actually come to the Cymbidium from hundreds of millions of miles away. However, Lu Feng didn't ask anything about this, because he already had a guess in his mind. My current mental power is only at 1 condensation. I haven't been a beginner psychic for long. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Wenchao nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. However, there was a strange look on his face. Lu Feng also asked the same question at this time. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Wenchao didn't answer directly. He only hesitated for a moment. Seeing this, Lu Feng was slightly puzzled. After all, the amount of mental power shouldn't be considered a secret. It shouldn't be difficult to answer. In a moment, Su Wenchao had already hesitated several times. There was also a conflicted look on his face. Seeing this, Lu Feng just smiled slightly. Wenchao, if it's inconvenient for you, you don't have to say it. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Wenchao's wretched eyes flashed with a trace of awkwardness. He glanced at Qi Yunxing beside him. After the two of them unconsciously communicated with each other for a while, Su Wenchao finally spoke. Lu Feng, you have to know that some people are already decided when they are born. These things can't be changed. Because of the different environments, their treatment is also different. With different resources, the starting point will also be different. With a different starting point, the results would naturally be different as well. However, this only represents the past and not the future, so you don't have to worry about it. Hearing this incoherent speech, Lu Feng's face revealed a trace of strangeness. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. He smiled with relief. A touch of emotion appeared in his eyes. He finally understood why Su Wenchao said these words. Wenchao, I know all this. After all, people with a higher starting point will naturally have more advantages. I don't care about these things. Seeing Lu Feng's smiling expression, Su Wenchao knew that Lu Feng had understood what he meant. He sighed softly, and his eyes returned to their usual wretched look. He reached out and patted Lu Feng's shoulder lightly. Like I said, how could our brothers in dormitory 1577 be the kind of people who would take a blow so easily? This time, Su Wenchao let go of it. I am a disciple of the Su family. Although I am not the young master, the resources I have received are vast. In the family, my talent is quite outstanding. I have been cultivating as a psychic since I was young. That's why I'm already an advanced psychic. My current spiritual power is 330 condensates. 330 condensates. This meant that this person, who was the same age as Lu Feng, with a wretched look in his eyes, was already an intermediate advanced psychic. Such a talent in the Cymbidium was definitely a peerless genius second to none. Even in the Federation, he was probably at the level of a little genius. No wonder Su Wenchao was so hesitant when answering Lu Feng. It turned out that he was afraid of hurting Lu Feng. Those who could become psychic were geniuses on the level of a planet. For Lu Feng to be able to enter as a psychic, he must have been called a genius since he was young. Geniuses were usually arrogant, and their self-esteem was the same. If Su Wenchao directly said that his spiritual power was more than 300 times that of Lu Feng's, it would undoubtedly hurt Lu Feng. However, when they saw that Lu Feng's expression did not change in the slightest, other than feeling happy, the two of them also secretly thought more highly of Lu Feng. As they spoke, the three of them also let go. Seeing Lu Feng like this, the two of them naturally did not hide too much. Through the following introduction, Lu Feng also knew Qi Yunxing's strength. He was a warrior, much stronger than Su Wenchao. He was an advanced warrior at the peak of the advanced level, and his physical strength had reached more than 880 stars. Looking at this momentum, It would not be long before he entered the ranks of the advanced warriors at the peak. The technique he comprehended was the family star level technique. Although he had not completely comprehended the advanced part, and the extent of the increase was limited, the explosive power of his physical body was already very terrifying. Among the warriors, Qi Yunqing was definitely an expert. By the way, Yunqing, Wenqiao, why did you go to the Cymbidium to study? I remember that there is also a federal university branch on the planet where your family is located. As a branch of 2 Grade 1 life planets, I'm afraid it is hundreds or thousands of times better than the Cymbidium branch. Why did you come here? This was what Lu Feng was puzzled about. Both of them were definitely geniuses. Lu Feng believed that even on the capital administrative planet, with their current talent, they could definitely be admitted to the Federal University's General Hospital. However, these two actually gave up those places and came to this Grade 3 life planet, which made Lu Feng feel puzzled. Chapter 77. When they heard Lu Feng's words, the two went silent. But soon, as Su Wenqiao laughed at himself, Qi Yunqing also let go. Actually, we came here with a bit of hope. Not only us, but all the geniuses in the entire galaxy and even the nearby galaxies are probably here. With them here, we all know that we don't have much of a chance. After all, there are only 5 spots. After saying this, Su Wenqiao and Qi Yunqing both went silent for a while. They knew that their chances weren't high, but even if there was only a small chance, they still came. However, Lu Feng was a little confused about this. Of course, he was just a little confused, because for what Director Wan said before, he vaguely guessed something. What is this spot? It actually made you geniuses rush like a flock of ducks. I heard Director Wan mention it before, but I don't know the specifics. Su Wenqiao smiled bitterly, glanced at Lu Feng, and said, "Actually, it's normal that you don't know. After all, although this isn't a secret, it's still very little known in the circle of civilians." Lu Feng, Director Wan should have told you. They aren't actually locals of the Cymbidium, but they came from the Federal University General Hospital. Lu Feng nodded gently. Director Wan did say this. Lu Feng could also vaguely guess something. They came from the Federal University General Hospital, so they must have a certain mission. Otherwise, with their status in the Federal University General Hospital, how could they be so accommodating to a starry sky level genius like him? We don't know the specific reason, but the spots in their hands are genuine. There are 5 spots in the Cymbidium. Even those super life planet branches may not have more than 10 spots. And it's for these 5 spots that all the geniuses in the surrounding galaxies gathered here. These 5 spots are actually specially recruited by the Federal University General Hospital. Specially recruited spots? The moment he heard these words, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of light. The Federal University of the Capital Administrative Planet was definitely the place where all the geniuses of the Federation gathered. It could be said that the students who could enter were at least second to the starry sky level geniuses. And if one wanted to become a specially recruited student, it would be incomparably difficult. Of course, as the special enrollment students of the General Hospital, the treatment and resources they received were unimaginable. We're here for these 5 spots. It's the same for almost all the geniuses here. Hearing this, Lu Feng completely understood. It turned out that they had come here for these 5 spots. These people also knew that if they wanted to rely on their own strength to enter the Federal University's General Hospital, then perhaps none of them would have a chance. Therefore, they focused their attention on the Cymbidium branch. Now that everything was connected, Lu Feng no longer had any problems. All that was left was to continue chatting with the two of them about unimportant matters. By the time they finished dinner, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Although in the university, the doors were not locked at night, there were still people patrolling the campus at this time. Therefore, the 3 of them were very careful when they returned. They sneaked back to the dormitory, and the 3 of them chatted for a long time before going to bed. Before 6 o'clock the next day, Lu Feng was woken up by a noise. He sat up in a daze and looked at Qi Yunqing, who was already dressed and ready to leave. Lu Feng showed a trace of confusion. "Yunqing, doesn't class start at 9 o'clock? Why are you up so early? Seeing that his movements woke up Lu Feng, Qi Yunqing was embarrassed. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Sorry, Lu Feng. I'm used to waking up early every day to exercise. Next time, I'll pay attention. Seeing his slightly embarrassed expression, Lu Feng smiled and waved his hand, then went back to sleep. If it was in the past, Lu Feng would probably get up early and start exercising. However, since he returned from Gufang Planet, everything had changed. Now, although he was only an intermediate warrior and was far from being comparable to Qi Yunqing, Lu Feng no longer needed to exercise. His body was too perfect. Because it was a primitive body, this kind of exercise had no effect at all. Therefore, Lu Feng did not waste time doing meaningless things. After a while, Qi Yunqing had already left the dormitory. At this time, Lu Feng found that he could not sleep anymore. He quietly sat up and looked at Su Wenchao, who was still sleeping next to him. Lu Feng was at a loss for a moment. But soon, he thought of what he had to do. Taking out the course materials given by the school, Lu Feng quickly flipped through them. As a specially enrolled student, Lu Feng's most important class was psychic cultivation. Of course, in addition to this, there were also cultural classes. However, these cultural classes were different from ordinary people's. The cultural classes of psychic cultivators were basically about mechas and battleships. This was because psychic cultivators who learned how to operate mechas and battleships were truly honorable psychic cultivators. With enough battleships and mechas, psychic cultivators were undeniably powerful. They could easily suppress ordinary warriors of the same level who were hundreds of times stronger than them. Therefore, what each psychic cultivator mainly learned was not how to cultivate, but how to operate mechas and battleships. Looking at the content introduced in the books, Lu Feng lost interest after flipping through a few chapters. There would not be too many introductions in the first semester. Most of them were introductions about the history of the Federation. At most, they would mention the structure of mechas. These were nothing to Lu Feng Lai. When he had nothing to do at home, Lu Feng had already familiarized himself with the operation of many mechas. When he was in his second year of high school, he had used his father's help to personally operate the most ordinary mecha. Therefore, these classes were not essential to Lu Feng Lai. I'll see later. If there's nothing to learn, then I'll try out the life of a university student. The life of a university student was naturally skipping classes. Wenchao, it's 8 o'clock. Get up. Seeing that the clock was pointing at 8 o'clock, the bored Lu Feng finally woke up Su Wenchao, who was still sleeping soundly. Hearing Lu Feng's call, Su Wenchao's only reaction was to sit up and rub his eyes. Then, he casually opened the Sky Network and sent a copy of the school's map to Lu Feng. After that, he lay down again to continue sleeping. Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled helplessly. He knew that Su Wenchao was planning to skip classes. Lu Feng didn't call him. After receiving the school map, Lu Feng went out by himself. Lu Feng did not plan to skip classes on the first day. After all, no matter how much he knew, he still had to show his face. Just like that, following the directions on the map, Lu Feng spent more than half an hour before finally finding the place where they were going to have their classes today. In the Federal University, although the main teaching building was also where classes were held, most of the classes were not there. The most important use there was as a symbol. Most of the time, classes were held in separate teaching buildings. The class Lu Feng was going to was the same. After walking around for a while, he finally found the place where he was going to have his class. It was also a relatively tall teaching building. Although it was not as big as the main building, it was still considered quite good in this city. Although there were only 10 floors, the area was far from what the outside could compare to. Lu Feng saw that there were less than 20 minutes left before the class started, so he did not continue to wander around and directly entered. Looking at the sparse people in the hall, Lu Feng was not surprised. There were not many psychics in the first place. Every year, there would only be around 50 psychics, and those who could pass the psychic test will be no more than 500. Compared to the tens of thousands of warriors, it was much, much less. In addition to the students who skipped classes, the large classroom that could accommodate tens of thousands of people seemed unusually empty. Picking a seat near the front, Lu Feng walked over and sat down. It's you? Just as Lu Feng was about to sit down, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Lu Feng was slightly stunned because he was a little familiar with this voice. However, it was too short, so he did not remember who it was. Turning his head to look to the left, Lu Feng finally saw the owner of the voice. And it was also at this moment that all of his questions were answered. Are you a student here as well? The voice rang out again, waking up Lu Feng from his daze. Yes, I didn't expect you to be a student here as well. Lu Feng looked at the bright girl and smiled. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. Lu Feng knew this girl. She was the waitress that Lu Feng had seen at the Psychic Guild Hall in the past. Lu Feng did not expect to bump into her here. It seemed like she was a student here as well. My name is Mu Shuyan. Hello. When she had worked part-time as a waitress at the Psychic Guild Hall in the Sky Network, Lu Feng had also left some impression on Mu Shuyan. It was an indescribable feeling. Although they had only met for a short while, she still remembered Lu Feng. However, Mu Shuyan did not expect that she would actually meet Lu Feng here as a classmate in real life. Lu Feng reached out his hand and held Mu Shuyan's delicate little hand. He smiled slightly. My name is Lu Feng. This time, he did not lose his composure. After shaking slightly, Lu Feng let go of the arm. I really didn't expect to see you here. At first, I thought you were officially working at the Psychic Guild Hall. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the girl's lips curled into a charming smile. I had already come to the Cymbidium before, but I had nothing to do at that time, so I found a part-time job. Chapter 78. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. However, his brain was already working at full speed. From the girl's words, he had obtained a lot of information and analyzed a lot of things. First of all, she had said that she had come to the Cymbidium. In that case, she should not be from this planet. Those who chose to come from other planets, or even galaxies, must have the same idea as Su Wenchao and Qi Yunqing. They were all aiming for the 5 specially recruited quotas. In that case, the girl in front of him should be a genius. She was a true psychic genius. Although he had figured this out, Lu Feng's expression did not change at all. He was still smiling as he continued to talk to the girl. There was not much excitement or fluctuation in his tone. It was as if the girl in front of him was not a stunning girl, but just an ordinary person. 20 minutes passed very quickly. At that moment, the music for class started playing. Lu Feng and Mu Shuyan did not continue to talk. They both turned their gazes to the podium in the auditorium. As the sound ended, a figure walked up to the podium. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He looked ordinary and did not show any power, but he was full of a scholarly temperament. He was the teacher of this military theory class. There were records about him on the Sky Network. Lu Feng knew that this teacher was also one of the teachers from the Federal University of the capital administrative planet. Although he was not a powerhouse, this teacher was a knowledgeable person with a good reputation. Gradually, the lecture started. Lu Feng slowly became immersed in the content of the lecture. In the beginning, Lu Feng did not pay much attention to this so-called military theory class. After all, he felt that these theory classes only required him to remember the contents of the textbook. On the battlefield, the real determinants of victory and defeat were the powerhouses. Regardless of whether they were the strongest psychic masters or the strongest warriors, they were the decisive figures that determined the direction of the war. For example, in a super war involving tens of millions of people, as long as a god appeared, he could use his power to destroy everything in an instant. However, after listening to the teacher's lecture, Lu Feng realized how shallow his previous thoughts were. That's right, those peak combat powers could really decide the direction of the battlefield, but nothing was absolute. From this teacher's words, Lu Feng learned something that subverted his understanding. That was, as long as it was used properly, even if an ordinary person relied on the power of science and technology, even if they did not use any champions of the same level, slaying gods. In a super battle of 10 million people, universe-level battleships will definitely appear. Normally, there will be at least one universe-level battleship, and this battleship needs at least 3 million people to operate. Under such circumstances, other than those advanced warships, there won't be too many soldiers left on the intermediate warships. Then, how to make use of the remaining soldiers to delay the enemy's peak strength and carry out an effective strike is what we need to learn in military theory courses. Soon, 2 hours had passed. As the teacher finished speaking, Lu Feng knew that the day's class was finally over. He exhaled slightly. Although this class was simple and did not involve any overly profound theories, all of this was extremely precious and important to Lu Fenglai. From this, he truly felt the importance of tactics. It was also the first time he had the desire to learn these things. Unknowingly, several pages of densely packed notes had been recorded in the virtual record. Lu Feng saved them, planning to take them out and look at them at any time. When he got up, he realized that most of the students around him had already left. The huge lecture hall was already very empty, and now that the students had left, it seemed unusually lonely. However, Lu Feng was not the only one who stayed behind to organize the notes. In addition to him, there were dozens of figures who were not in a hurry to leave. Like Lu Feng, they were also carefully organizing the notes. After glancing at these people slightly, Lu Feng nodded slightly. He knew that most of these people were not very talented. They were studying so diligently now so that they could rely on these things to win a good future in the future. Although these were all classmates, Lu Feng also understood that he was afraid that he would not have much contact with them in the future. Therefore, Lu Feng did not stay to greet anyone. After organizing, he turned around and was about to leave. However, at this time, Mu Shuyan's voice sounded again. Lu Feng, wait for me. Hearing this voice, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. However, his footsteps had already stopped. Seeing Mu Shuyan walking over, Lu Feng smiled slightly. What's wrong, Mu Shuyan? Is there anything else? Lu Feng's words made Mu Shuyan slightly stunned. She glanced at Lu Feng with a slightly strange expression. Previously, when Lu Feng had seen her for the first time in the Sky Network, he had somewhat lost his composure. Now that they were meeting for the second time in the real world, why was he so calm? Although Mu Shuyan was not an arrogant person, she was very confident in her looks. Ever since she was young, as the eldest daughter of her family, she had extraordinary talent. In addition to her beautiful appearance, she was the center of attention no matter where she went. This was still the case even when she had just arrived at the Cymbidium. However, in front of Lu Feng, she seemed to have lost all her outstanding qualities. Although she did not see calmness in Lu Feng's eyes, it was only slightly different from the way he looked at ordinary people. During the 20-minute conversation with Lu Feng just now, Lu Feng seemed to be slightly interested in her identity as a psychic. After that, he seemed to be more interested in the lessons. He did not even mention anything else. Now, the lesson had just ended and he left immediately. He did not even say goodbye to Mu Shuyan, who was sitting next to him. All of this finally made Mu Shuyan feel a little awkward. After all, how could a proud daughter of heaven like her be neglected like this? Therefore, when she saw Lu Feng turn around and leave, she actually called out to him out of the blue. However, when Lu Feng looked over, Mu Shuyan really felt awkward. She had called out to Lu Feng completely unconsciously, or perhaps just subconsciously. She did not do anything in itself. Therefore, when Lu Feng stopped, she actually did not know what to say. Seeing that Mu Shuyan was at a loss, Lu Feng also showed a confused look. Mu Shuyan, what's the matter? Lu Feng asked again. This time, Mu Shuyan was even more embarrassed. Vaguely, a faint blush appeared on her face. Seeing that she did not speak, Lu Feng seemed to understand something. Therefore, Lu Feng did not continue to ask. It was almost time for lunch. Lu Feng naturally had to finish his meal quickly. He still had things to do in the afternoon. After taking one last look at Mu Shuyan, Lu Feng said with a smile, "Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. See you later." After saying this, Lu Feng turned around and left without any hesitation. Looking at the back of Lu Feng's leaving figure, Mu Shuyan was unusually silent. Beside her, a few of her best friends came over and looked at Mu Shuyan with a smile. "What's wrong? Our goddess charm has failed. I really didn't expect that in this small Cymbidium, there would be someone who could resist our Miss Mu's charm. Beside Mu Shuyin, a girl who was equally charming looked at Mu Shuyin and continued. But then again, this Lu Feng is really a handsome guy. There's a very special feeling about him. It feels like he's much more perfect than the children of the big families. If he didn't say that he was a Cymbidium person, I would really think that he was a child of second-class or first-class family who came here. Just now, when Lu Feng and Mu Xun were talking, the girl was at the side, so she naturally heard everything about Lu Feng's situation clearly. After saying this, the delicate girl gently poked Mu Shuyan, who was still in a daze, and continued to tease, "I say, Shin, if you don't like this handsome guy, then I'm going to make a move on him." It wasn't easy to escape from those old antiques. I'm going to have a good time relaxing. Hearing this, Mu Shuyan's face turned slightly red. She lightly spat and said, "If you want to go, then go. I'm not stopping you." As she spoke, Mu Shuyan thought about the girl's evaluation of Lu Feng. Her eyes unconsciously drifted in the direction that Lu Feng left, but no one knew what she was thinking. After leaving the classroom, Lu Feng directly ran to the cafeteria. The size of the school's cafeteria was directly proportional to the size of the school. In Lu Feng's eyes, instead of calling this a school cafeteria, it was more like a luxurious hotel. The luxurious decorations and elegant environment had nothing to do with the cafeteria. Lu Feng looked at the dishes on the menu and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This was because Lu Feng realized that the variety of dishes here was actually more than many large chain hotels. Moreover, the prices were ridiculously cheap. Perhaps it was a little higher than those ordinary universities, but in terms of the value of these dishes, it was already so cheap that it was boundless. Lu Feng wasn't an ascetic monk. His family was considered rich, so naturally, he wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. In addition, after obtaining those elixirs, Lu Feng was already indifferent to money. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't hesitate and directly ordered some of his favorite dishes that weren't very cheap. Soon, lunch was over. Not much time had passed. It was only a little over 12 o'clock. After looking at the time on the Sky Network communicator, Lu Feng stood up and left the cafeteria. Chapter 79. This was the time when the campus was the most crowded. Those who didn't want to wake up early in the morning and chose to skip classes would wake up at this time to eat lunch, which was also their breakfast. Those students who were studying in class would also eat their lunch at this time. Therefore, Lu Fenglai saw the number of students in the Federal University for the first time since he arrived at the university. Standing on a shady path, Lu Feng didn't rush in the direction of the dormitory. Ordinary students would choose to return to the dormitory for an afternoon nap. It was the same for the students of the psyche department. After all, psyche masters required sufficient mental energy. If there was anyone who would still be wandering around the campus at noon, it would be the students of the warrior department. Their bodies were strong to begin with. Even if they didn't eat or drink for a few days, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. Therefore, noon was simply a time for them to relax. In groups of 2s and 3s, the students of the warrior department strolled around the campus with their roommates or girlfriends. Seeing this, Lu Feng only smiled slightly. As an intermediate warrior, Lu Feng naturally didn't need any rest. He also didn't plan on returning to the dormitory at noon. Lu Feng's real destination was the cultivation technique pavilion. Now that he had become an intermediate warrior, his condensed exclusive cultivation technique was still at the beginner level. This kind of low-level cultivation technique was really not enough for Lu Fenglai. If he really fought against someone, then he could only rely on his body's 6 times explosive strength. There was no bonus to his cultivation technique. This was naturally unacceptable for Lu Fenglai, who aspired to reach the peak. Therefore, Lu Feng chose to use the free time of the day to go to the cultivation technique pavilion to read up on the cultivation techniques. He wanted to condense his own cultivation technique and perfect it into an intermediate cultivation technique. According to the map of the Heavenly Network, Lu Feng followed the small path that was surrounded by greenery and finally arrived in front of the cultivation technique pavilion after 20 minutes. Looking at the quaint cultivation technique pavilion that was incompatible with the surrounding buildings, Lu Feng stopped in his tracks. This is the cultivation technique pavilion. Looking up, he could easily see the position of the apex. Lu Feng made a rough estimation. The height of this cultivation technique pavilion was equivalent to 30 floors. Compared to all the buildings on campus, this height was really nothing. Moreover, the simple and unadorned architectural style added a sense of incongruity. Without wasting any more time, Lu Feng took out the pass the Director One had prepared for him, scanned it, and walked directly into the attic. After passing through the door and entering the pavilion, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. Originally, he had thought that this loft should only have a simple and unadorned exterior. However, after entering the building, Lu Feng realized that the interior of the building was also an antique building. Cultivation Technique Pavilion. I thought that it was just a more elegant name, but I've never heard of it before. But after I walked in, I realized that this pavilion was really a pavilion. The entire building was modeled after the ancient pavilions on Earth, the birthplace of the human race in ancient times. The structure of the entire building was made of abyssal chew wood. Although abyssal chew wood wasn't something too precious, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could afford. Lu Feng understood that although this cultivation technique pavilion wasn't considered tall, the cost of the entire building was definitely a shocking figure. However, when he thought about the terrifying background of the Federal University, Lu Feng wasn't too surprised. Since tens of thousands of years ago, when the human race became one of the top 3 races in the Milky Way, and then the Federal University was born, countless powerful people had emerged from it. According to the legends, the first principal of the Federal University was the supreme human of that era, and his title was the Divine King. Of course, other than this glory, the terror of the Federal University was also abnormally extreme. Not to mention anything else, just the help that the powerful people who emerged from it gave to the school was enough to make the Federal University have the power and influence that no other forces dare to challenge. Building a branch on a planet and building a cultivation technique pavilion like this didn't seem like much. Not thinking about these problems anymore, Lu Feng's attention was already focused on the exquisite tables and cabinets in front of him. These should be the cultivation techniques that the Federal University has left behind. In the entire cultivation technique pavilion, there weren't many people other than Lu Feng. Even if there were, they were all new students who didn't have any cultivation techniques and came here to choose the cultivation techniques that they needed. Lu Feng casually walked to a table and lowered his head to take a look. There weren't many things on the table, and of course, it wasn't as simple as Lu Feng imagined. There was only a book, a data recorder, and a 3D helmet on it. Lu Feng looked around, and it seemed that all the tables and cabinets were the same. Casually picking up the book in front of him, Lu Feng didn't directly look at the cultivation techniques in it, but was attracted by the paper of the book. Heavenly Flower Tree Stamp. It was another precious material. Compared to the abyss chew wood, this heavenly flower tree stamp was obviously much, much more precious. Lu Feng knew that this heavenly flower tree stamp was a special product of a remote galaxy in the Human Federation. It didn't have any special effects, and its characteristics were the same as normal paper, which was incomparably soft. However, although it was very soft, its texture was abnormally tough and tenacious. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that it was completely impervious to fire and water. However, this kind of heavenly flower tree stamp was usually very difficult to destroy. Moreover, the heavenly flower tree stamp had an abnormally outstanding characteristic, which was that it could be preserved for a long time. If it was carefully preserved, any random heavenly flower tree stamp could be preserved for almost 10,000 years. This was, without a doubt, very terrifying. Some heavenly flower tree monarch skin could be preserved for more than 10 times the time. There was no doubt that this characteristic made the heavenly flower tree stamp a special carrier for some important records. Here, all the basic cultivation techniques in front of him were recorded with the heavenly flower tree stamp. Looking at the basic cultivation technique in his hand, Lu Feng casually flipped to a page. This basic cultivation technique was called body cast technique. Judging from the name, it seemed to be a cultivation technique, but it was actually a real combat technique. After a cursory glance, Lu Feng found that this body cast technique was a pretty good basic cultivation technique. It could increase one's strength by 2 times, which was much better than those basic cultivation techniques that could only increase one's strength by 1 time or less. At the very least, it could be considered a decent cultivation technique among the primary cultivation techniques. He didn't look at it in depth. This was because Lu Feng found that this cultivation technique contained a lot of combat technique essences that he had already seen and even refined into his own cultivation technique. Wasting too much time studying this cultivation technique just to find 1 or 2 combat technique essences that he lacked wasn't worth it. After placing the cultivation technique on the table, Lu Feng picked up the recording device at the side and casually opened the broadcast interface. Very quickly, Lu Feng understood what this recording device was for. It clearly recorded who had borrowed this cultivation technique, the specific identity number, the borrowing time, the return time, and so on. This was equivalent to a borrowing manager. Lu Feng wasn't surprised that such a thing existed. After all, geniuses weren't everywhere in the Federation, and ordinary people would have to waste a lot of time to comprehend even basic cultivation techniques. This was even if they had a certain amount of talent. Those without talent might not even be able to comprehend a single combat technique in their entire lives. If a warrior with even a little bit of talent wanted to comprehend a battle technique, the amount of time required was not a small number. Naturally, they couldn't stay here 24/7. Therefore, in order to be able to cultivate and observe at all times, they had to bring the cultivation technique with them. However, although basic cultivation techniques weren't considered precious to a terrifying force like the Federal University, it was still too precious for ordinary people. Many rich families might not even be able to own a basic cultivation technique in their entire lives. Therefore, there had to be a strict rule regarding the borrowing and reading of cultivation techniques. Seeing the introduction, Lu Feng understood. According to the description on the recording device, every cultivation technique in the cultivation technique pavilion had a special position. They were only allowed to be borrowed within the campus. If they left the campus, the device would start working. This way, it would naturally prevent the cultivation techniques from being stolen on campus. After understanding everything, Lu Feng picked up the last thing. It was a 3-dimensional helmet. Lu Feng naturally came into contact with this thing often. In the past, when he entered the virtual battle space, he needed the help of the 3-dimensional helmet. Lu Feng skillfully opened the operating system and put the helmet on his head. In an instant, Lu Feng felt his consciousness begin to change. In the next moment, he appeared in a virtual scene. Unlike the virtual battle space, this was a broadcast helmet. There weren't any extra options. There were only a few options, such as play, pause, fast forward, rewind, and exit. Lu Feng pressed the start button. In the next moment, the scene began to change. In an instant, a figure appeared. It was a human figure, a real human figure. It didn't have any facial features, only a body shape. As the broadcast progressed, the figure in the image kept moving. Lu Feng understood with a glance. He was actually practicing a kind of battle technique. After watching for a while, Lu Feng finally realized that he was practicing the body casting technique that was placed on the table. As the cultivation technique was practiced, a voice sounded beside the image. The voice was talking about the cultivation process of body casting technique, the things to pay attention to, and how to cultivate faster. Without a doubt, this voice was recorded by a professional to help the cultivator quickly comprehend the cultivation technique. Chapter 80. To be honest, for Lu Fenglai, these things weren't essential. In the eyes of different people, each cultivation method had different mysteries and could be taken on different paths. Although the general direction was the same, the cultivation method that they practiced would be slightly different according to the differences in the individual. If Lu Feng's aptitude and comprehension were poor, then perhaps he would have to practice according to what was written here. But he was able to condense more than 70 types of exclusive cultivation methods when he was a beginner warrior. There was no need to say anything more about his comprehension. Therefore, if it was only a beginner cultivation method, Lu Feng didn't even need to use it as a reference. He could just walk according to his own ideas and condense them according to his own ideas. Since he had figured out the uses of the 3 items on the table, Lu Feng didn't need to waste any more time. He took off the helmet and put it back in its original position. Then he began to look for the cultivation method he needed. It had to be said that the Federal University was worthy of its title as the #1 university in the Federation. Although it was only a small Cymbidium branch, the cultivation methods, there were enough to be called a sea of cultivation methods. The number of beginner cultivation methods on the entire first floor of the pavilion was definitely not less than 10,000. This was undoubtedly very terrifying, but Lu Feng also understood that many cultivation methods were interlinked. Maybe they were the same 20 types of combat skill essences, but as long as the 21st type of combat skill essence was different, then the cultivation method obtained would change. This was the mystery of the cultivation method combination. And among these 10,000 types of beginner cultivation methods, there was no doubt that a lot of them were the same. Therefore, Lu Feng began to look at them selectively. Lu Feng casually picked up a cultivation method. After roughly skimming through it, he placed it back in its original position. Then, he walked to another table and did the same thing. He kept picking, putting down, picking again, and putting down again. The surrounding warriors looked at Lu Feng's movements and revealed a puzzled expression. They didn't believe that among the 100 or so cultivation methods that Lu Feng picked, there wasn't a single one that wasn't suitable for Lu Feng. But they were just thinking about it. After all, choosing cultivation methods was someone else's business. It had nothing to do with them. Picking up, putting down, picking up again, putting down again. This process lasted for a full hour. When Lu Feng finally picked out a suitable cultivation method, it was already close to 2 o'clock. At this time, Lu Feng didn't have any anxious expression at all, because before coming here, Lu Feng had already seen the schedule. There wasn't any class for him this afternoon, or even tomorrow morning. Naturally, Lu Feng didn't have anything else to do. Therefore, he could peacefully choose the combat skills and cultivation methods he needed here, and strive to smelt a perfect combat skill essence as soon as possible, so that his cultivation method could evolve and become an intermediate cultivation method. The cultivation method that Lu Feng picked was called Billows in the Sea of Clouds. It was a beginner cultivation method that could only increase one's strength by 2 times. It wasn't very outstanding, but for Lu Feng Lai, it couldn't be more suitable. Because it contained more than 20 types of cultivation method essences, most of which weren't in Lu Feng's alone. Lu Feng believed that as long as he could understand the essence of this billows in the sea of clouds, then he could completely separate a part of those 10 types of cultivation method essences and integrate them into his own cultivation method. At that time, alone, would probably be able to fuse at least 80 types of cultivation method essences and become a beginner cultivation method that could increase one's strength by 8 times. If I were to comprehend this cultivation method, it would be too much of a waste of time. I'm afraid there wouldn't be a week that I can't do it. But if I were to only comprehend the essence and be able to separate some of the cultivation method essences, I believe that I can still do it today. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of passion. Without any hesitation, he actually sat down on the spot and began to comprehend the cultivation method time, minute by minute, second by second. For the entire afternoon, Lu Feng was immersed in the comprehension of the cultivation method. Unknowingly, it was already 6 in the evening. But at this time, Lu Feng still hadn't woken up. At this moment, he was still immersed in his own cultivation. After 6 in the evening, the flow of people in the entire cultivation method building gradually increased. Many of the new students came here to choose the cultivation method that they needed. But these people all left after choosing the cultivation method that they needed and returned to their dormitories to slowly comprehend it. Among the thousands of students coming in and out, none of them were like Lu Feng, who stayed here to slowly comprehend. Even if there were people who stopped, it was those who came in to use the virtual reality headset to solve their doubts. Finally, time slowly passed again, and soon it was 10 in the evening. And at this time, most of the students had already left. After all, after 10 in the evening, there would be patrols in the school. But even after the last person left, Lu Feng still hadn't woken up. At this moment, he was still immersed in his cultivation and comprehension. Finally, when Lu Feng woke up, it was already 12 in the evening. At this time, there was no one in the entire cultivation method building. In the Federal University, no floors or doors would be closed at night. Even in this incomparably valuable cultivation method building, it was still the same. After all, the teachers in the Federal University were definitely not in the minority. With them around, the so-called protection would be a joke. This was a kind of arrogance, but it was more of self-confidence. The moment he woke up, Lu Feng wasn't very excited. Everything seemed incomparably dull. But if someone looked carefully, they would be able to see the slight trembling in Lu Feng's eyes. How is this possible? There was a hint of excitement in his voice. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell. Even with Lu Feng's current state of mind, he was still excited. It could be seen how shocking the things he experienced were. This billowing clouds isn't some shocking cultivation method. It's even considered average among the beginner-level cultivation methods. But even so, to comprehend this cultivation method requires a lot of time. If it was the previous me, it would be impossible for me to comprehend it without a week's time. But why, in less than 12 hours, did I manage to fully comprehend it? He reached out his hand and lightly struck the air with his palm. Although it was dull and didn't have any power to speak of, the essence and what contained within was obvious. If someone who understood was here, they would definitely be able to see that Lu Feng's palm had already comprehended the billowing clouds, this beginner-level cultivation method, to the extreme. That palm definitely had an amplification effect of 2 times. The previous me could only comprehend the true essence of the opponent's cultivation method when I fought with others. At most, I could only restore the essence of a few types of combat skills. But now, I only spent 12 hours to completely comprehend a beginner-level cultivation method that can amplify 2 times. Could it be that the awakening of my bloodline has increased my comprehension to such a terrifying level? Although comprehending the true essence of an opponent's cultivation method through observing and exchanging blows was very shocking, it was still a far cry from what he was experiencing now. This was because at this moment, Lu Feng had spent less than 12 hours to completely comprehend a cultivation technique. This was too unimaginable. After thinking for a while, Lu Feng finally understood the reason. The divine origin. Before I obtained the Origin Sutra and opened the divine origin, although my comprehension was strong, it wasn't so terrifying that I could comprehend the true essence of another person's cultivation method while exchanging blows. Now, I've taken a step further and can directly comprehend a beginner-level cultivation method in a short period of time. The reason for all of this is the divine origin. Back then, when my bloodline awakened, the divine origin expanded a little. After going through the illusions of the 9 lifetimes, ascending the ancient altar, and withstanding countless pressures, my divine origin expanded a few times. It even exceeded the description of the Origin Sutra regarding the limits of the divine origin. The reason why I'm even more terrifying now is because of the expansion of the divine origin. When he thought of the reason, Lu Feng's face revealed a look of understanding. However, his eyes were filled with even more excitement. Lu Feng knew that as his cultivation of the Origin Sutra deepened, his divine origin would continue to expand. When that happened, his comprehension would probably continue to increase until he could be considered monstrous. He let out a deep breath and calmed his restless heart. Lu Feng didn't leave this place. Right now, he wanted to directly integrate the essence of the combat skills he had comprehended into his personal cultivation method. Lu Feng didn't hesitate at all and started the condensation process. The restoration process was very smooth. After all, Lu Feng had already completely comprehended it, so the essence of the combat skills was almost at his fingertips. Gradually, Lu Feng condensed the essence of all kinds of combat skills and began to integrate them into his only honored one. One type, two types, three types. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Feng directly completed another evolution of divine origin. This time, the number of combat skills refined by divine origin had reached 80, and it directly became a beginner cultivation method that could increase one's strength by 8 times. A combat skill cultivation method that could increase one's strength by 8 times was almost comparable to the beginner cultivation methods of the Pinnacle Star Grade. Even though divine origin was only a beginner cultivation method, its value was still extremely terrifying. Even if it was placed on the first floor of the cultivation method pavilion, it would still be considered the number 1 treasure. Lu Feng, on the other hand, didn't stop after finishing everything. He was still immersed in his own cultivation. In an hour's time, Lu Feng had extracted over 10 types of battle skill essences and integrated them into his own exclusive cultivation method. By 1:30 p.m., Lu Feng had completed the complete integration of divine origin. At this time, divine origin had already integrated 92 types of combat skills, and the amplification effect had reached the extreme of any cultivation method 9 times. Chapter 81. The maximum amplification effect of any technique was 9 times. Unless the cultivator was able to comprehend a technique that was 1 level higher than his own level, only then would he be able to achieve a shielding effect of 10 times. Now, although the only one was still a beginner technique, its terrifying power could actually be compared to an intermediate technique. Just as I thought, the increase of Shun Yuan has indeed increased my comprehension ability by more than 1 level. Previously, when I fused the essence of 10 different techniques into my technique, the time required was definitely not less than 7 hours. But now just 1 hour is enough. That's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow morning to fuse a few more techniques. After the afternoon classes are over, I'll use tomorrow's time to completely evolve my technique into a true intermediate technique. Standing up, Lu Feng placed the book Waves in the Sea of Clouds back in its original position and finally left the cultivation technique pavilion. However, even after Lu Feng left, he didn't notice that by his side, there was a pair of eyes that were filled with a strange expression. After leaving the technique building, Lu Feng was in a good mood. Seeing that there was no one around, Lu Feng directly opened the Sky Network. As he walked, he looked at the messages on the Sky Network. Lu Feng smiled slightly. Among these messages, there was a message from a Yongheng. After all, he had not gone to look for him after arriving here. As for the other messages, they were all sent by his roommates. They had looked for Lu Feng during dinner, but at that time, Lu Feng was still immersed in his cultivation. Naturally, he did not notice these. As for the other messages, they were sent at around 10 o'clock. The content was nothing more than asking where he was and whether there were patrols in the school, asking him to be careful, etc. Seeing this, Lu Feng only casually replied to Li Yongheng that he would look for him on the weekend the day after tomorrow. Then, he closed the Sky Network. Lu Feng didn't use the Sky Network map. Relying on his own memory, he quickly returned to dormitory number 97. During this time, he didn't encounter any patrolling personnel. This was Lu Feng's good luck. Lu Feng took the staircase and went up to the 15th floor. Before returning to his room 1577, he took out the room key and quietly opened it. Originally, he did not intend to wake anyone up. However, the moment Lu Feng pushed open the door, he heard the sound of 2 people walking around. After turning on the lights and looking at the 2 people standing in front of him, Lu Feng's face flashed a trace of warmth and embarrassment. Wenxiao, Yunxing, you're still awake. Since the 2 of them were still awake, they were probably waiting for him. After all, he had just finished cultivating and hadn't replied to any messages. Therefore, the 2 of them did not know where Lu Feng had gone. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Wenxiao snorted in annoyance. Nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that I was waiting for you, why wouldn't I sleep? Lu Feng, can't you see what time it is now? Why are you only back now? His words were a little aggressive at the beginning, but towards the end, there was obviously a trace of concern. Su Wenchao was a psychic. Although he had already reached the level of a high-level psychic, a psychic's physique was abnormally weak. Their mind power was abnormally strong, but that didn't mean that they didn't need to rest. On the contrary, they needed to be at their peak at all times. However, because he was worried about Lu Feng, Su Wenchao had waited for him until 2 o'clock in the morning. They had only known each other for less than a day, yet they were so concerned about each other. This kind of affection made Lu Feng, who had no friends since he was young, feel a kind of warmth in his heart. I had some matters to attend to, so I was delayed. I'm sorry, brothers. I will be more careful in the future. I won't come back so late. When he heard Lu Feng's apologetic words, Su Wenchao seemed to think that his words had been a little harsh. He was silent for a moment. Then, his wretched eyes turned slightly, and he put on a smile. Don't mind me, Lu Feng. It's your first day here, so you're not familiar with the school. Plus, you came back so late, so we couldn't help but be a little worried. Actually, it doesn't matter if we disturb you or not. The first-year classes don't matter to us. If we sleep late today, we'll wake up late tomorrow. You, on the other hand, came back so late on your first day here. Did you hook up with some pretty girl? Lu Feng, you're really something, you brat. Among the 3 handsome guys in dorm 1577, you were the first to hook up with a girl. Impressive, impressive. Su Wenchao didn't pay attention to Lu Feng and Qi Yunqing's dumbstruck expressions. He was completely immersed in his own speculations. He endlessly analyzed according to his own thoughts. From time to time, he would praise Lu Feng. In the end, he directly patted Lu Feng's shoulder as if he had high hopes for him, without waiting for Lu Feng to explain anything. Su Wenchao had already turned around and went to bed. Until now, Lu Feng still didn't say a word. Seeing Lu Feng's awkward appearance, Qi Yunqing next to him shrugged. Wenchao is such a wretched person. Don't mind him. This brat often slanders me. Whatever he says, just treat it as a joke. After saying this, Qi Yunqing's dark face suddenly moved closer to Lu Feng. He said, but then again, brat, did you really find a girlfriend on the first day? Although you're a little bit more handsome than me, this speed is a bit too fast. After saying this, Qi Yunqing extended 2 fingers and gently pinched them together, indicating how little this little bit was. When Lu Feng heard this, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. However, he wasn't angry because from yesterday's conversation, Lu Feng already knew that although Qi Yunqing seemed honest, he was actually a flirtatious person. Lu Feng wasn't surprised by Qi Yunqing's teasing. Lu Feng reached out and gently pushed Qi Yunqing. After laughing a few times, he went to the bathroom to wash up. Early the next morning, Qi Yunqing repeated yesterday's routine. He woke up early and went to train. Lu Feng also woke up not long after he left. Lu Feng looked at Su Wenchao, who was still sleeping on the bed next to him. He gently shook his head and smiled. If I was a pure psychic, maybe I would be like him and enjoy this rare university life. Unfortunately, Lu Feng wasn't. Moreover, he didn't need this kind of comfortable life. After experiencing too much, he didn't want to go back to the decadent life of the past. What Lu Feng wanted was the peak, the supreme peak that could overlook everything. However, he was now too far away from the geniuses of the Federation and the geniuses of the big families. If he really lived like this, then even if he had the bloodline of the legendary Supreme Being, even if he had the extremely mysterious and terrifying secret treasure of the sky-piercing Fudu, he was afraid that he wouldn't have any hope of catching up to those people. Now, he only hated that he didn't have enough time. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't want to waste any more time. After walking out of the dormitory, Lu Feng first went to the cafeteria to have a quick breakfast. Then, he went straight to the technique pavilion. In the morning, Lu Feng didn't have any classes. His class today was in the afternoon, and the afternoon class was also very important. It belonged to the specialized psychic classes that only the specially enrolled students had. Lu Feng had already missed the previous classes. This time, he naturally wouldn't miss it. He walked quickly all the way and soon arrived in front of the technique pavilion. As he watched the students coming in and out, Lu Feng took a deep breath. Although he didn't say anything, Lu Feng had already made up his mind. After he understood that his comprehension ability had become extremely terrifying following the opening of the god's domain, Lu Feng decided that he had to do his best to evolve his technique today. He wanted to make his unique, a true mid-level technique. Maybe I won't succeed in the morning, but I should be able to find the techniques that I need. If that's the case, I should be able to succeed in the evening at the latest. Lu Feng walked into the technique pavilion. This time, he skipped the areas that he had browsed the day before and went straight to the deeper areas. The layout of the technique pavilion was more reasonable. This was a building that looked like a pavilion. The outermost area was filled with ordinary techniques. Techniques that could increase one's strength by 3 times or even 4 times were only found in the deeper areas of the pavilion. Yesterday, Lu Feng had only wandered around the area that belonged to the 2 times increase technique for a period of time. Today, after understanding everything about himself, he had set his sights on the 3 times increase beginner technique in the deeper areas. Soon, Lu Fenglai passed through the area that belonged to the 2 times increase technique and arrived at his destination. There weren't many students here. Although a 3 times increase technique was definitely stronger than a 2 times increase technique, and its value was several times higher, there weren't many people who actually came here to choose a technique. These students all understood that although a 3 times increase technique was a good thing, no matter how good it was, one had to be able to comprehend it on their own. Everyone knew themselves the best. They all knew their own capabilities. If one's comprehension ability wasn't good enough, even if they were given a supreme technique, wouldn't be of any use. Therefore, sometimes having a profound technique didn't mean that it was a good thing. Only a technique that was suitable for oneself was the true best technique. Lu Feng also understood this point. It was also because of this reason that he wanted to condense his own exclusive technique. He would rather waste a lot of time to let his exclusive technique, supremacy, follow his progress and evolve continuously. Looking at the sparse figures around him, Lu Feng nodded lightly. These people were already considered geniuses. After all, those who dared to come here had enough confidence. They were confident that they could comprehend a 3 times increase technique. When these people saw Lu Feng's arrival, they weren't as calm as those in the 2 times increase area the day before. Everyone understood that those who came here, regardless of their aptitude, their comprehension ability was definitely at the level of ordinary geniuses. Chapter 82. Lu Feng only smiled when he sensed the scrutinizing gazes around him. He didn't go up to greet them. Instead, he walked over to the tables and cabinets and started looking at the triple-fold combat skill manuals. He picked one up and put it down. Lu Feng started to repeat the procedure he had done the day before. A triple-fold combat skill manual was much rarer than a 2-fold combat skill manual. Furthermore, they weren't placed casually. There was a more detailed introduction before each skill manual. This undoubtedly saved Lu Feng a lot of time. Not long after, Lu Feng had already found the cultivation method that he needed. Lu Feng nodded his head gently as he looked at the Wenlu book in his hand. There were 33 types of combat skill essences in this triple-fold combat skill manual. Lu Feng understood from the introduction that nearly 20 of the 33 types of combat skill essences were what Lu Feng needed. Therefore, just this Wenlu book was enough. However, Lu Feng hesitated when he received this skill manual. A triple-fold combat skill manual was different from a 2-fold combat skill manual. Although there were only a dozen types of combat skill essences, it was much more difficult to comprehend. Lu Feng understood that if he really wanted to comprehend this skill manual, he might not even have enough time today. However, after Lu Feng casually flipped through a few chapters, he still decided to choose this Wenlu book. This was because Lu Feng felt that this skill manual would be very useful to him. Lu Feng didn't care about the astonished gazes around him. He just sat down on the spot and started his own path of comprehension, just like yesterday. It had to be said that a triple-fold combat skill manual was undoubtedly much stronger than a two-fold combat skill manual. Although it was only a one-fold difference, there were more than 10 types of combat skill essences added in. Furthermore, with the addition of these 10 types of combat skill essences, the difficulty of comprehension was much higher. Given Lu Feng's current level of comprehension, he had only comprehended a small part of it by the time the alarm on his wrist rang. Lu Feng took out when Lu, but after hesitating for a while, he put it back. In the beginning, he had planned to directly borrow this when Lu to read. However, after thinking about it for a while, Lu Feng gave up. He was a psychic as well as a warrior. This was something worth bragging about. After all, there weren't many such geniuses. However, Lu Feng wasn't in the mood to show off. Compared to the peerless geniuses of the Federation level on Gufeng Star, this so-called talent was a joke. Besides, Lu Feng didn't want others to know that he was a warrior. Although he wouldn't go so far as to hide in a secluded place to secretly cultivate, Lu Feng wouldn't swagger in front of everyone and openly show off his cultivation. He was well aware of the importance of trump cards. There was no doubt that a terrifying physical strength was hidden in the fragile body of a psyche master. This was definitely a terrifying trump card. As for Lu Feng, he wanted to keep some secrets for himself. Therefore, he put the cultivation technique back in its original position. He had only been at the Federal University for less than 2 days, so his knowledge of the place was limited. Among all the places he knew, only this cultivation technique pavilion was rarely disturbed. Even if he met someone, they wouldn't recognize him. Therefore, Lu Feng decided to come here immediately after class and strive to comprehend this combat skill cultivation method, literary slaughter, which had a 3-fold amplification by tonight. This was to ensure that he would be able to obtain enough combat skill essence to refine the perfect combat skill essence, so that his cultivation method could become an intermediate level cultivation method. After putting it down, Lu Feng stood up. There were still a few students around him. However, they weren't the same batch from the morning. Lu Feng ignored the scrutinizing gazes of these people and walked straight outside. Before he started comprehending, he set an alarm on his Sky channel. The alarm was set half an hour before the psychic class started. In order to comprehend, he even used his meal time. However, for Lu Feng, who was a mid-level warrior, skipping a meal or a few meals wasn't a big deal. The entire Federal University campus was just too big. If he really had to walk through the entire campus, it would take at least a day. And this day was only for those quasi-warriors. If it was an ordinary person, it would take at least 4 to 5 days. However, the school seemed to have considered the weaker physiques of psychics, so they tried their best to gather them together. Lu Feng's dormitory was located in the main teaching building. The main classes were relatively close to each other and could be reached by walking for tens of minutes. As the most important place, the cultivation technique pavilion was naturally in this area. The half-hour time limit was calculated by Lu Feng. By the time he arrived at the location of today's psychic class, it had taken him exactly 25 minutes. Therefore, Lu Feng still had 5 minutes to prepare for class. In front of him was the school's independent teaching building. The so-called independent building meant that it wasn't open to outsiders. Only special admissions students could enter these places. The independent teaching building in front of Lu Feng was a teaching area prepared for psychics. Next to it was the Warriors' independent teaching building. Comparing the two, the Warriors' teaching building was undoubtedly many times larger. Moreover, the entire structure was made of a very sturdy material. Actually, this was how it should be. After all, psychics mainly cultivated their spiritual power, while warriors needed actual combat training. Moreover, the number of psychics was far less than that of warriors. In society, the ratio of warriors to psychics was about 1,001. Although the ratio was slightly higher on campus, it was still close to 101. Therefore, if it was a smaller teaching building, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many warriors, let alone allow them to fight freely. After looking around, Lu Feng walked directly into the teaching building. However, as soon as he stepped in, a voice rang in his ears. "Student, please show me your identification. Hearing the voice, Lu Feng turned to look. He didn't know when a middle-aged man had walked out. He was wearing the uniform of a school administrator. Seeing this, Lu Feng instantly understood. He had long heard that these independent teaching buildings didn't allow students who weren't special admissions students to enter. Therefore, it was normal for an administrator to appear at the entrance and check. Lu Feng looked around and saw that the other people were directly walking in, but the manager was the only one who stopped him. This made Lu Feng a little puzzled. Don't they need to show proof? Lu Feng stretched out his hand and pointed at a student who had just walked up the stairway. Hearing this, the administrator smiled gently. They have been here dozens of times. I already know these people. However, you look very unfamiliar, so I need to check. Lu Feng nodded in understanding. He knew that these were all necessary procedures. Moreover, he had just reported the day before yesterday. Therefore, it was normal for him to look unfamiliar. He opened the Sky Network and directly connected to the Sky Network connection in the administrator's hands. The transfer of information was completed in an instant. After carefully looking at the information displayed on the Sky Network in his hands and seriously sizing up Lu Feng, the administrator smiled slightly. Okay, student Lu Feng, your identity has been confirmed. Hearing this, Lu Feng put away his equipment. After a polite smile, he turned and walked toward the teaching building. Looking at Lu Feng's back disappearing on the stairway, the administrator chuckled. However, this smile was mixed with a trace of contempt. It's been almost 4 months since school started, and he only came here once. It seems that whether he can successfully graduate from university or not is still uncertain. After muttering to himself, the administrator put away the Sky Network in his hands and turned to walk toward the guardroom. From the first time he saw Lu Feng until now, he had always regarded Lu Feng as one of those students who had nothing to do and skipped classes every day. He sat on the stairway and went up for nearly a minute before the stairway finally stopped. After walking down the stairway, Lu Feng didn't look for the location of their classes. This was because there was no need to look for it. Looking at the indoor space in front of him, which was comparable to a small square, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a slight fluctuation. He really didn't expect that the entire floor would be occupied by specially recruited students. In this vast indoor space, there were less than 100 people scattered about. However, it didn't seem empty at all. This was because there were countless pieces of equipment densely packed in this space. These things were the condensation of countless pieces of advanced technology in the entire Federation. In the past, when Lu Feng had nothing to do, he had a little understanding of psychics. Similarly, Lu Feng could naturally recognize some of the equipment that psychics use for cultivation. Basically, everything that Lu Feng could recognize was here. Among them, there were even many prohibited goods that couldn't be bought at all by the Federation. At this moment, Lu Feng finally understood why the school had arranged for an administrator here. The value of these pieces of equipment was definitely extremely terrifying. Previously, after graduating from high school, Lu Feng had purchased a gravitational accelerator from BUCC. Even though he had relied on the VIP card that his parents had left him, Lu Feng had still spent 5 million Federation dollars on it. That gravitational accelerator wasn't considered an expensive piece of equipment. Even among the equipment used by soldiers, it was considered one of the cheapest. As for being placed among the psychic masters who relied on money, he did not even have the right to appear. Any piece of equipment here, even if it was only the size of a person, was worth far more than the gravitational accelerator that Lu Feng had purchased. With a casual glance, Lu Feng saw many pieces of equipment that he knew about. These pieces of equipment, which he had once thought were astronomical, were now casually placed in some unimportant places. Lu Feng walked in front of a piece of equipment that was the size of 3 people. His gaze was slightly surprised. A simulator, and a B-grade one at that. I never thought that the Federal University would be able to get something like this. Chapter 83. A simulator, as its name suggested, was a device used to simulate things. Unlike those virtual things, simulators could almost achieve the most realistic simulation. This way, the user could get the most realistic experience. Simulators were generally divided into 5 grades: S, A, B, C, and D. Among them, D-grade and D-grade simulators were the most commonly used ones for civilian use. Usually, games with realistic settings would use this level. The C and C-grade simulators were used by large companies for scientific research. B and B-grade simulators were banned goods by the Federation government. They belonged to the military and were used to train special soldiers. As for the A and S levels, they belonged to the secret departments or special research institutes of the plutocrats. Therefore, C-grade simulators were the highest grade that ordinary people could buy with money. As for the B-grade simulator, it required more than just money. It also required connections. Lu Feng believed that a B-grade simulator like this would cost at least a few $100 million. However, there were over 100 of them here. This was really shocking. The instruments that Lu Feng was able to recognize were undoubtedly worth hundreds of millions. Even those rich and powerful families might not be able to afford them. No wonder these 2 places weren't open to the public. After looking at all this, Lu Feng didn't take it to heart. After all, these things were just external objects. Only one's own strength was eternal. As long as he could become a psychic grandmaster and truly comprehend the contents of the pill mantra and become a true alchemist, these things would be like floating clouds in his eyes. When that time came, he could casually refine a perfect grade-high-grade pill. Then, let alone a B-grade simulator, even an S-grade simulator would be within his reach. Lu Feng walked over to the place where the students were gathered. His arrival attracted the attention of most of the students. The Federal University didn't have many students majoring in psychics, but there were still over 1,000 of them. However, only those who had become psychics could join the ranks of the Federal University. Lu Feng did a quick count. There were a total of over 100 students here. At this moment, a trace of doubt flashed through Lu Feng's mind. According to normal calculations, there should only be about 50 of them here. However, there were more than twice as many of them here. However, when Lu Feng saw a beautiful figure, all his confusion was dispelled. Yes, Yunxing and Wenxiao also said that many disciples from other planets and even galaxies have gathered here in order to compete for the Federal University's special admission quota. Those who could come here must be geniuses. It's reasonable for them to become psychic masters. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's mouth curved into a smile. While the students were sizing him up, Lu Feng was also sizing them up. But soon, Lu Feng lost interest. It was true that these people were geniuses, and among them, at the very least, they were geniuses that belonged to a planet. There were even super geniuses at the starry sky level among them. But so what? When he was on Gufang planet, although Lu Feng had only seen 20 geniuses, almost all of them were geniuses at the Federation level. Young Master Luo, for example, could be said to be one of the top 7 geniuses of this era. Compared to them, the geniuses in front of him were far too inferior, whether it was in terms of temperament or the feeling they gave off. Also, the truly exceptional geniuses from the surrounding galaxies would not come here to compete for the special admission quota of the Federal University. Even if they did not enter the Federal University, they would still be able to obtain an endless supply of resources. Therefore, the disciples of the aristocratic families who came here should be relatively ordinary or not at the top of their families. Looking at the questioning looks around him, Lu Feng just smiled and stood there. He understood that these people must be wondering about his origins. After all, it had been 4 months since school started, and the compulsory classes for psychic masters were not allowed to be skipped. So, these people must have known each other. The sudden appearance of a stranger like Lu Feng would inevitably attract everyone's attention. Just as Lu Feng stood there, 2 voices suddenly sounded. Lu Feng, you're here. Lu Feng, why are you only here now? Lu Feng looked in the direction of the voice. The next moment, the polite smile disappeared and was replaced by a sincere smile. I went out for a while and just came back. When I saw that class was about to start, I hurried over. Why, Wenxiao, didn't you skip class this time? One of the 2 people who spoke was Lu Feng's roommate, Su Wenxiao, who always had a wretched look in his eyes. F***CK. What do you mean by this? How can a good young man like me do something as illegal as skipping class? You're slandering me. You're slandering me. Su Wenchao's righteous look made people unconsciously want to believe him. Of course, the premise was that one did not look at the wretched look in his eyes. Lu Feng did not reply. He knew that Su Wenchao was such a person. If he spoke too much, he would go on and on. After saying this, Lu Feng looked at the other voice. Looking at the beautiful figure, Lu Feng's happy smile turned into a polite one. It's my first class. I can't be late. Hearing Lu Feng's polite reply, Mu Shuiyan smiled slightly, although she was slightly unhappy. She did not say anything else, because at this moment, a figure had appeared on the stairway. The moment he appeared, all the voices came to an abrupt halt. Lu Feng knew that the dean of the psychic faculty, who was also their psychic teacher, was here. His fluttering footsteps, his light clothes, and his indifferent expression. Everything was so ordinary, yet so elegant. Lu Feng knew that psychics were different from warriors. Warriors were particular about being dignified. They were a kind of domineering force. Of course, some people who practiced special techniques were an exception. Psychics were characterized by their elegance. They had a kind of unfathomable will. Although the teacher in front of him did not have any aura, Lu Feng felt that he was powerful. An indescribable feeling of power. He had felt this feeling before. Those who gave him this feeling were all geniuses. They were peerless geniuses who belonged to the Federation. Among the terrifying geniuses on Gufang Planet, there were a few geniuses from the psychic faculty who gave him this feeling. Lu Feng nodded slightly. Sure enough, teachers from the Federation's headquarters were far from comparable to those from the branch faculty. Finally, under the gazes of the students, the teacher walked to the center of the crowd. He smiled slightly, which made people feel comfortable. He looked around, and his gaze finally fell on Lu Feng. This student must be Lu Feng. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Lu Feng did not feel uncomfortable at all when he met everyone's gazes. He smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, teacher, I am Lu Feng. I came late because of some personal issues. I just reported the day before yesterday. Hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone understood. Although they were not familiar with each other, after more than 100 days of interaction, they already knew each other's names and general identities. As for Lu Feng, none of them knew who he was. Now that the teacher mentioned him, they finally understood Lu Feng's background. Student Lu Feng, my name is Zhao Kuan. I will be your psychic teacher for the next few years. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me directly. Hearing this, Lu Feng replied politely, Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher. In the end, Zhao Kuan nodded and did not say anything else. He turned to the surrounding students and said, Students, we have already had 20 classes since the start of the semester. In these 20 classes, I have only taught you some basic knowledge. I believe that many of you have already come into contact with these things when you were very young. Many of the disciples from the family clans nodded lightly. That was indeed the case. They had been nurtured by their family clans since they were very young. They had also come into contact with these things very early. It could be said that the information they knew about psychics was much more than what the school taught them. However, among these 100 over students, only half of them were disciples from the family clans. The others did not know. It was also because of the other students that teacher Zhao Kuan spent so much time teaching them some basic knowledge. If it were any other place, or these disciples from the family clans would have had objections. They did not want to waste time with some trash. This was something that they could not accept. However, in the Federal University, these people did not dare to have any objections. Although the Federal University was only a school organization, the power it contained was something that any force would be incomparably fearful of. Even the current Federation government, the biggest force in the Federation, would not dare to cross the line with the Federal University. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, who knew how many old monsters existed in the Federal University? Any one of those existences could shake the world and shatter the galaxy. Even if one did not consider those hidden, peerless existences, just the influence of the Federal University itself in both the military and the political world was enough to frighten countless people. Today, many of the top leaders in the Federation government and the military came from the Federal University. The energy they contained was enough to terrify any force. Therefore, in the Federal University, even the disciples from the #1 family clan did not dare to be too presumptuous. As for them, they did not dare to do so. Moreover, these disciples from the family clans who came here also knew that perhaps their talents were far superior to those students. However, in the eyes of these teachers from the Cymbidium branch of the Federal University, they were not as important as those students. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.